Let's build a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine. Let's build a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine. Let's build a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a Let's build a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine. Let's build a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the show, to the AOC Masters Show. That is, my name is Mitch, and alongside myself is the wonderful Simo. It must be a little bit cold there. You got the hoodie on today. What's going on?
It has a special little hoodie. I thought that you might enjoy it out of all people. You know, it's a little close to home. You know, definitely not as close as you'd like, but you know, it is a little cold. It's a little rainy outside here in Canada. It's a little cold, so you're right. I had to throw on the hoodie, but definitely had to show my respects to the EU region. This is the only EU hoodie I have, so I can't wear like a Heretics or a Summon FC, which I probably prefer. It'd probably keep me a little bit warmer, but you know, it is what it is.
That's some trash talk there to G2. They're not going to take kindly to that. I'll tell you that for sure. We got some hot games on the way, so hopefully they'll warm you up. Because, of course, it is semifinals time here at the AOC Masters. We have had a bunch of games going on throughout the week, throughout the month. And finally, it is time to see who's going to make it to the grand finals. And the upside is now, all the teams that you're going to see here today have already got prize money. They've already got monitors. There's no more pressure. Now it's just about getting more money. And it's always a little easier once you know that next time they play, they're going to have some clean monitors to play on and probably make it all the way to the finals then.
Yeah, that's probably the number one thing that some of the earlier teams in the bracket had the opportunity to just sit back, relax, and watch their opposition play if that's what they truly wanted to, if they wanted to go back and do their own VOD review. I think sometimes it's a double-edged sword being the first one because teams are watching you and you're watching teams. But for the rest of the day, once you've qualified, I think you're in the best possible spot as you can scout out the rest of your competition. And to be quite fair, looking at some of the history of these teams, Attack All Around, Overtime, 𝗠𝘀𝗖, Alter Ego, they've all been around the bend and they've fought each other in varying different Southeast Asian tournaments. So it's not like there's going to be any big surprise. They're just going to get an earlier look and a bigger advantage moving into the later half of this tournament.
Oh, look, speaking of the tournament itself, I suppose we'll take a look at how the tournament's gone down so far in just a moment, because when we talk about the AOC Masters, this is it's not just a weekend, it's not just a week. In fact, it's been going on a long time, because we started way back over a month ago with national qualifiers, in which 2 teams from each region, Malaysia, Hong Kong, Philippines, Indonesia, Taiwan, and Singapore, were selected, and 4 teams from Thailand, 2 of which still remain. They came through to the regional qualifiers, in which there were 16 teams, if you add up all those numbers above, went into 4 different groups, and they faced each other in a round-robin format. The top 2 from each group went on to the regional final week. That is where we are right now. We started with 8 teams. We've got 4 remaining here in the semifinals, and with 4 remaining teams, that means all those prize monies are already won. But now the question is, who gets the top dollar?
Yeah, for at least a better understanding, we've got 5,000 to all the way down to 1,000 across the board for first, all the way down to fourth. Now, third place matchup will be played tomorrow after today's semifinals, but everyone will be going home with AOC gaming monitors. And man, every time I add a new monitor to the combination of my desk, I always could use another one. Always. You can never have too many monitors. It's impossible. It's literally impossible. So glad that all the teams are getting that, and of course $5,000 for first place, a huge chunk of change, especially in some of these tournaments that are sprouting up after First Strike. Let's have a look at some of the teams that have qualified and have competed throughout the duration of this knockout stage.
No, there are 8 teams, are finalists, so to speak, but some of them have already disappeared. Overtime Esports, they made it through a surprising little upset up against Todak, who we see in the bottom right there, the team that had already had some great games throughout Group D. They beat Attack All Round, for example, and they were definitely a team that we were looking to do some damage. Attack All Round beside them, unfortunately, did make it through. They beat TMT in the quarterfinals. Then we've got AHQ, a team that everybody sat here thinking, all right, well, we'll see them in the finals. But no, we won't even see them in the semifinals. They lost to Alter Ego to get knocked out of the tournament. And here we go. There's the bracket where you can see it all. And the final one we haven't mentioned was 𝗠𝘀𝗖 claiming their spot in the semis by beating Team SMG. A real shocker of a day yesterday. We had pretty much everybody that came in as favorites, except for Attack All Round, ended up getting knocked out of the tournament.
Yeah, that's a very, very interesting bracket for sure. I think if I had to set my eyes on a semifinal matchup that interests me the most, it's Alter Ego up against 𝗠𝘀𝗖. Both teams showed so much prowess in their duelist roles, and even in some of the ciphers. We've seen some insane cipher play throughout the duration of the quarterfinals, and we're actually going to see some coming up in this first semifinal of the day, Attack All Around versus Overtime Esports. We got to double back to players like 𝗠𝘀𝘁, who just is able to, a player that is able to hold down a site for what seems like an indefinite time and then come out with a couple of multi-kills while the rest of the team is rotating over. And an incredible performance from Attack All Around yesterday to kind of narrowly close out that win. But as you can see, the schedule for today will be starting off with Overtime Esport against Attack All Around, and then seal the deal on the day with Alter Ego up against 𝗠𝘀𝗖 in 2 best-of-3s.
12th DEC, a little bit shorter than yesterday, Simo. We got to sleep a little bit, which was a welcome thing for sure. But yeah, looking at today's matches, I think we've got some pretty damn good ones. Obviously, we're missing the giants of the region, as we said, in the forms of the likes of AHQ, Team SMG, then even going to Myth.Attitude, who had recently been picked up, looked solid, but they went out in groups, not even in quarterfinals. But that is, if anything, just a sign of how solid the teams remaining are. Now, when I look at these matchups, Overtime versus AAA starting us off the day. So AAA being a little bit shaky. They have had some losses that I don't think would have exactly been expected. Going through the group stages, they had a good opening versus Frostwolf. Then they lost 13-4 to Todak, who ended up obviously getting beaten out by Overtime. So by the transitive property, that means that Todak or Overtime are better than Attack All Around, right? That's how maths works. So we can just close this series out. But no, in all seriousness, Overtime have looked so damn solid. Like, we know Attack All Around, they've got their Ginny, they've got Ace, Conqueror, Wannafly, Glooms being the stand-in that came in playing Reyna and top fragging, dealing a hell of a lot of damage. You gotta give these guys some respect. But over on the Overtime side, Juju's, this guy on a jet, dashing forward, getting up in your face, entering successfully, having way more first bloods than first deaths, even though he's the one that's kind of throwing himself on the spike to allow like Scary or Pinocchio's to trade him out. He's been really impressive to me, and probably, I mean, it's hard to call with all these stars, but to me, he's the player to watch in this series.
No, I'd have to agree. He was one of the players, I think, for me, that was able to drag his team over the finish line. We saw in that second match against Todak, which we, to be fair, thought was as good as gone, but he was just going in nonstop. He ended up being the MVP for a match that they lost. Now, looking at the map picks, of course, we're seeing Bind added first to the rotation. I did want to add Zeus, another great player to look out for. The Sova play is, sometimes I would probably say hit or miss. It just depends on how much spotlight is on Juju's on the match. If Juju's isn't having a great game, well, Zeus definitely steps up and picks up some of that slack. But looking at this map pool, a couple of weeks ago at the ESL Thailand Championship, these two teams faced off once again, and it was actually Overtime that came out the victor, but there wasn't Bind in the rotation. So the fact that we have this map, especially starting off, and AAA picking that, you can only imagine that in the previous championship or whatever that they had played, maybe it was Overtime that had the map selection. They maybe banned Bind, and this is something that AAA are incredibly comfortable with.
Well, with Bind coming through and the prevalence of Brimstone in this region, I think we're in for a little bit of fun. A little bit of a different approach, I guess, than what we see in Europe for the most part. Because we even saw him being picked on Split, and that was where I was scratching my head. Because, hey, I'm a fan. Don't get me wrong, I like the fast executes, but that is something that has definitely faded out. And I presume it's the same in North America, right? Like, you just don't see Brimstone anymore.
Yeah, I would even, like, if you look at first strike statistics, it's probably it's less than Viper. It's probably like 1%, maybe 0%. Especially during the main event, there was no Brimstone. Like, Sage maybe, but Brimstone for sure no.
All right, well, look, we're into the agent selection, so let's see if Brimstone is going to be a feature. Ginny, we know Ginny. Ginny's always playing the Omen. I started this tournament by saying she's the Omen extraordinaire, and here she is yet again. But I'm looking at Scary, Scary, and seeing what he's going to be selecting.
Yeah, I find it quite interesting that Juju's is hovering over the Phoenix. Yesterday, playing the Jet up against Todak was very, very potent. But I'd imagine if you want another agent that presses W and has a similar impact, I'd imagine Phoenix would probably be one of your next best bets. But looking at Glooms, picking up that Reyna once more, look at him for the series to see how he pops off, the stand-in here for AAA. He did a phenomenal job, and he was one of the players that I think was able to drag them over the finish line in a contested series that went the distance. It was really, in some cases, down to Glooms to help support alongside Ginny. So we'll keep an eye on that. Juju's just teasing us with the Phoenix, going to be locking in that Jet, and we've got our compositions on lock.
That we do. This morning I woke up and I was taking a look at my phone, scrolling through Twitter, and I found myself getting very angry very early in the morning. And the reason for that was I'm seeing a lot of North American pros tweeting out their little tier lists. My God. My God. I'm not gonna lie to you. I saw Phoenix in S tier. I saw Phoenix in S tier, and I cried a little bit, like an angry cry. It was not fun. It was not a fun morning. I had to make my own little tier list. You know what, Simo? I'd like you to make a tier list over the course of the day. And I think we should compare our little tier. There's a thing called Tier Maker. I had to go find it. But yeah, we should compare our little Valorant agent tier lists after and see where we're at. Because it'd be interesting coming from different regions. And I'd love to see. I'd love to see the contrast. I'll give you a hint though. Phoenix is on the bottom tier for me, and I just wish they went lower than D. They could just put them way down. No. But yeah, I thought I'd just frozen my feed there. I thought I'd refreshed it, but no. Okay, the players they approach bathroom and then they just went stop. Yeah. Okay, go.
You know, thinking about the tier list, we might see an early engagement here. Lava, crisp headshot onto Glooms, especially seeing, I believe, maybe another player or two. But the smokes are down, and now they can start to enter. They're going to also use the recon bolt backside, but Scary's waiting for that entry, and he's there too. Another player still in the smoke. It's Lava. He found that initial frag, and now he hears that spike being planted. Yeah, smoke's going to subside, going to take him down and attack all around. Is really struggling with that exact first part of their name. Their attack is not really well-rounded at all. It's almost a flawless for overtime. And I was going to say, all these tier lists putting Viper, you know, S and A tier, why don't you play her if you put her up in that tier? That makes no sense. It literally doesn't. If you're going to put an Asian at the top, why is it not played? Makes no sense. Doesn't add up to me.
You know what?
Something's not missing.
I'm going to keep a little cache of all the players I've seen tweet them out, and if I ever see them playing, like, because I've seen, you know, your Reyna, your Phoenix, your, not necessarily Jet, but your Raze down lower than the Viper, and yet Viper not picked, and I'm just sat there going, you're a liar. You're a dirty liar. But I think that's the thing. I'll keep a cache, and then whenever I'm casting them, I'll just bring it up and be like, well, you know what? This guy actually said that's a trash agent, and here he is playing them instead of Viper. This was decimation, though. This was close to flawless as well. 4 guys surviving. Obviously, it was just the eco. So these are the kind of rounds that a lot of the time you feel like you want to just fast forward, just get over with. Again, like the movie Click, just get to the end of it, get to the interesting part, and this is where it is. The full buy comes out. Obviously, classics can be dangerous, but especially attacking side, you have the ability to dictate the engagements if you're on the defense. You don't have to take close range fights. They did. That was probably a mistake, but it worked out with a nice little clean 4-man alive.
I like this look. Pinocchio's taking care of the boombot, leaving Juju's at least unaware. Considering he has the Bucky, that there's 2 players up in hookah. They'll go down the long side, however. There is a player that might eventually peek through, but up on the box, refrag not available for Lava, and Konga's going to get away. That will leave, of course. Oh, nice. Upgrade, give me a corpse. He got 6 kills earlier as well, so he's in a great spot now. They know exactly where they're all located. Paranoia up through hookah. Isn't even going to catch Pinocchio's, but he swings regardless, gets taken down. And it's all down to the player that was the only player able to find a frag. Let's see how much more damage he can get done. That answer is going to be slim to none, as Wanna 3 on the round will take him through the portal rotation and leave us with a 2-1 scoreline. But this is pretty standard stuff.
Yeah, realistically, a round like that, as we've said before, you expect the attackers to win it. They have better weapons. Sure, the utility is pretty much even, but when you're talking Vandals up against Buckies and Spectres, it's, I wouldn't say rare to lose those rounds, but it's more rare than it is to win them. Now we come into the even buy, though. You've had your bonus round for Overtime Esports. They've come in with the weak weapons. They've lost it. They're happy. They're reset. Here they go with the rifles. This is where it matters. You've got an aggressive arrow down long, a peek out by Pinocchio's, but a nice little off angle by Wannafly. He baits Pinocchio's into this false sense of security that he can swing out on mid because he doesn't see anybody down below. And then, boom, he's dead. Hookah control is lost. And then the only player defending B is super passive with no recon arrow left. This, in fact, I guess I would see him falling back into spawn if he could, but there's a player in hookah you'd have to contend with first.
We also saw some earlier aggression towards A short. They smoked off Conga, so he has no idea. Well, now that the smoke has subsided, things are a little different. They take out 𝗠𝘀𝘀, who does fly, but does not get the showstopper landed. And now the engagement continues. Shot's going to be good from Glooms. Pay attention to his positioning as he's giving so much space for the team to get the spike down. Ace winning a duel against Juju, who had the op. Lava's going to find one, making this a 2v2, and the elbow players finally arrived. Will he pick up the op? Scary. Not. There's a player there. Gloom's going to be taken down. One more player still remaining, and he's pinched between the two. But he repositions around the bend, waiting for the elbow player to come out. Shots are being free-fired, but they have no idea where he is. Ace! The clutch, the 3K clutch. Reposition works out, and it'll tie us up 2-2. 𝗠𝘀𝗍, solid second gun round.
Scary was the GOAT on that retake at the start. That paranoia was so good. It kept Zeus alive as the peek came through from, I think it was Ginny on the side. But Ace's repositioning, the timing that he had, everything was so perfect about that. Claiming the second round now for attack all around. Look at that scoreboard, man. 9 kills for Lava. This guy's been going ham, but in the early rounds when you've got your Spectres, your pistols, you can do it. Now it's time to continue that trend. Now, here's the thing about those recon darts. You throw one out and it gets destroyed straight away. That's where you want to try to innovate usually. You don't want it to be just wrecked immediately. But it actually serves the purpose of determining if there's anybody on B long and allows the flank to come in from Jet. But with Lava falling, they lose Bathroom. They're pushed back off the site. This is going to have to be a huge flank from Jet. And the problem is that Cypher's just watching their back because there's not enough pressure on the site itself. Oh, now there is! Zeus in with a double on the bookie. We see Pinocchio's headshot, 𝗠𝘀𝘀 swing out wide. Here, oh, the dash was not great, but Zeus, he's picked it up on the Ginny. It's a 1 versus 1. Bucky in hand, right clicking away. He was hoping that he could pick up a Vandal, but it was slightly out of arm's reach. And with that, 3-2. But, I mean, for the buy that was in at overtime, they've gotten their money's worth.
Yeah, the damage has been done. That's at least going to give them a little bit momentum moving into this one, knowing that they were able to take down a huge economy lead for 𝗠𝘀𝘀. 2 gun rounds in a row where they were sitting pretty, didn't lose too many members. And that Thrifty almost going into the hands of overtime really puts them in a position to keep at the tails of 𝗠𝘀𝘀. Losing this one would put them in a position to unfortunately have to rebuy and then a potential eco the round after. So this is going to be all up to Juju's. The start's going to work out because there's a buddy system, Zeus. It's not even the op that gets active. Zeus, as I highlighted, if Juju isn't feeling himself, Zeus definitely will be.
Deploying drone.
It's a very passive drone position because he's so far back, it doesn't actually get up as far as you'd want, but it doesn't matter because it gets destroyed. It sees all the information it would have. Just that if, for example, they were to fall back out of hookah, he wouldn't actually make it all the way around to middle from there, whereas if you go closer to the, well, to where he is now even, it will actually make it around the corner and be able to spot them, or at least push them further back. The HP is low on 2 players, so it's really pivotal for Jet and Sova to avoid engagements if they can. Sova's role in this round is to keep information, but also to play info himself, to be able to send out that recon dart like that. Unfortunately, didn't get any scans, but it did reveal that this player's on long due to them shooting it, so the nade goes through. One's already out. Pinocchio's ready for that fight, but he misses it on the flick down. 𝗠𝘀𝘀, he's been huge in the past. He's got the site control. His teammate on the way with the spike!
Oh, man. I just have a feeling. Oh, never mind. I'll hold on to my feeling, as that was a little scary there for overtime. Or, sorry, for 𝗠𝘀𝘀. But I just have a feeling that if Juju's doesn't start to warm up, you know, bring us the performance that we had yesterday up against Todak, we're going to see a pretty convincing victory from 𝗠𝘀𝘀. Doesn't matter about the map. Juju's popped off on Bind. It was a 13-10 scoreline, just narrowly catching up to that overtime matchup. And Juju's was tailwinding into B site round after round, finding multi-kill after multi-kill. He's missed 2 crucial op shots now in a row. That is detrimental to the success of the team. So yeah, Zeus going to be picking up the slack, but oh, there's a little bit of a redemption arc. It's going to be 2 to the dome with the Blade Storm. Can he find more? No. No. 3rd time's not the charm.
right there, one criticism, player should have been pushing down with him. If he's going to go that aggressive, you've got weapons there to be seized back. So even if you get the map control, they are going to rotate there to get the weapons anyways. So you might as well push with him or don't push at all and just play sites. That seems like a little bit of a misread on strategy or miscommunication between them. The other thing is, it's a really interesting approach. So they've lost B multiple times, and we saw them already send their jet towards the B site when he came on the flank, right? When Attack All Round actually went A. But this time again, they send jet there to support B. Now, I guess because the ultimate was online, that's the logic, right? So they have that long-range weapon instead of just pistols. But sending a Cypher there, to me, would have made a little bit more sense. It wouldn't be my call. So I'm interested to see that there's a little bit of a difference in opinion and that the defense has been weak, so they go for this aggressive stance instead. It's worked for them to give them the advantage, but now the pistols, the weaker weapons, they have to fight back, and Zeus, again, he's got the bucket. Again, he's able to get the damage done. Wannafly running out of there, but he can't escape the showstopper. It catches him, and 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗄𝐿 blind. He's nearsighted, he's smoked, and now he's dead. What a round by overtime. With Fuckies, with a jet ult of Blade Storm, they walk out with the victory.
Yeah, I did start off with Juju's just as I was harping on him for missing some important shots. He comes up big, finds 2, and then the rest of the team on the 50 pick up some of that slack. And really, Zeus, the information denied from Ace's recon bolt, how he just played close to the tuna can and he did not reveal himself, gave him at least a window of opportunity to kind of be a little bit more surprising as the back of site was being cleared out. I guess the focus was more on halls as opposed to the side of the tuna can, so he had a great opportunity. And he's got the Bucky, for crying out loud. He's able to do so much more at a closer range. So solid work there. You're going to imagine that with overtime, we've seen them push a lot of extremities if they don't see opposition. So you're seeing that here right now. If they don't see anybody B site, they don't really feel like gathering the information is as important as their own vision. But look at how close this Raze is playing, and the blast back over. This flank is going to be huge.
Coming up behind, they have no idea. All they have to do is delay. Here's the paranoia onto a player that's already dead. That cage dissipates, push through the smoke. Easy kill. And he only gets the 1. That's the shame, because everybody else turned up. And Attack All Round played that so aggressively as well. They pushed all the way through lamp, so there weren't really that many players for Pinocchios to grab. If anything, that's going to be one of the most frustrating things that can physically happen. Pinocchios is down, like he was 2-5 start of that previous round. He comes in, he's like, this is it. This is my ace. This is my 4K minimum. I'm going to be up there on top of the scoreboard almost. Let's go. There's only one guy left.
Yeah, watching NA First Strike, probably thought he was going to pop off on an Asuna level, you know? Just like ace and ace short, just like whole teams cheering him on, but no, not going to be the case. I like that play. They wanted to try to mask a Omen fake, but unfortunately, it kind of bites them because there's a 4-stack, this eco 4-stack that's just pushing through. Hunter's Fury's coming through. It's going to at least find one, can convert onto another. But while Lava's held up here, maybe he's anticipating a late round push through, but this is just the eco. They just want to get the spike down, and they won't risk teleporting if they can just quickly get it down right now.
I don't know what just happened with the blast back there. That was an odd bit of movement. Juju's, oh, he's playing the gamble. The shots were coming through from the Sheriff up close, but he just walks past it. Waits in position now. They don't destroy that in time, so he's spotted. Easy pre-fire for Ace, and 3v3 develops. Now, overtime, they're spread out. They've got many different angles to hold. Individuals need to pop. Oh, that was awkward, but Lafa gets it because Ginny wasn't looking at him. With that, a 3 versus 1 that is practically unwinnable. At the same time, they don't exactly have great weapons, right? You're 1 HP, but you kind of want to die in this situation. There's not anything for you to save, bar a Sheriff, from what I remember. And yeah, there you go. He comes out with the Sheriff, and he goes down.
I like that play, though, that was orchestrated by Scary and Lava. You saw the TP play from Scary, and then as he teleports out with the audio cue, Lava goes in. Maybe anticipating that, like, you know, oh yeah, it's that classic Omen play where you jump in and you TP back over to the A site. But it's actually Lava that goes through. I'm going to have to pay attention to see if that happens more often, because you wanted Lava to play more towards the B site. If they run that pump fake one more time, I think B short can be very explosive with this Juju and Raze Pinocchio's combo.
Revealing area.
There's the recon. they're hiding from it instead. I really like this approach from Attack All Round because they know as soon as that recon gets destroyed, they turtle. But if it doesn't, there's an aggressive push. The question is, do they expect 𝗔𝗢𝗖 to just tuck in? He doesn't. He swings wide, and 𝗠𝘀𝘀𝗖 quickly takes him down. There's the benefit of switching up that A attack. It's the same utility coming out from overtime pretty much every round, so they now get a read on how they can counter it. That operator shot missed. Swinging that a little bit wider, Zeus gets completely blinded. And these frags are going to Attack All Round in their droves. This has to be the end of the round. And it's not going to be flawless, but 4 versus 1, it is going to be Attack All Rounds.
That's rough. A little bit more patience is what I would have loved to see out of 𝗔𝗢𝗖. But if there's anything that we saw from yesterday, oh, Lava's going to get at least a frag on the way out. That's the best that he could have asked for. I mean, he could have asked for an entire wipe, but you know, he'll take what he can get. Yeah, 𝗔𝗢𝗖, I'd just love to see a little bit more patience. And I know that that's going to be impossible to ask for because up against Todak, it was just go, go, go. W the whole time, never stopping, never relenting aggression, whether it was on the attack or the defense. But I'm going to imagine that there's a world where overtime are going to be so much more comfortable on the attack with 𝗔𝗢𝗖 leading the charge. He just can't scratch that itch on the defense, so he's just going to do it anyways.
The change-up from overtime, again, is so consistent in having that jet towards the B side. I've never seen somebody so heavily stick to a Cypher A when B just is not working for them. And their A hold has been fine, albeit with the Cypher, but still. Pinocchio's wants to swing, gets shut down. 𝗔𝗢𝗖 in for 2. Ooh. Maybe he is the key one. Maybe he is the player that can completely win you it. Because now he dashes out of the way of the nade as well, right? Avoids any counter utility, wastes away 𝗠𝘀𝘀𝘀's nade, and Attack All Round. They're not really sure what to do. They've got a player outside the TP who's going to go for his own little TP right on into the bathroom. Lava's got his cam there, though, if he just checks it. Whoops, there he is. You know what's going on, but he turns away at the wrong moment. Ace able to find the opening. Scary sneaks on into heaven. Could be a scary factor for the opposition, but it doesn't look like he will be. There's a smoke down. That plant is nice and open, but the smoke is fresh. So it's able to go all the way through, and the 3v3 retake comes in. Let's go, Zeus. He's got the Odin.
Oh, can't spray from that angle. There isn't a player in lamps. Oh. 𝗔𝗢𝗖 just constantly escaping, but the shots through. You'd think the Odin would deliver that, but now Zeus gonna go full turret mode. Turret on wheels, pushing forward. It's scary from range that finds 𝗠𝘀𝘀𝘀𝘀 through the smoke. Really, I think the only thing that could be sad about that round is AAA did not play off each other in the post plant. They were all kind of separated. You had a player, 𝗔𝗢𝗖, that was trying to escape, a player right outside lamps that really had no ability to be impactful, was trying to escape the bloodbath as the other player from lamps was exiting. And I don't think they just really played off each other well. And now we're in the last round. Economy is a little rough for some of the players on AAA. We might actually see a 7-5 finish, but they'll be okay. They just could be a lot better.
Well, as the timer ticks away, we start out the final round. The ultimate popped out by Jet straight off the bat overtime. Gonna look to try and get a little bit of damage on range, but 𝗔𝗢𝗖 with the Vandal in hand seems to be unstoppable for now. In a little bit of danger, goes for the updraft, knives out. There's gonna be a frag onto Ace as we pull out the 2-man advantage. Luca is being attacked at the moment. Attack All Round might make it to sight, but they don't have the spike, and that's the real problem for them here. Good.
Oh.
What? He survived that.
Wow. He's Zeus. Are you kidding me? He's not mortal. He's not mortal. He'll survive it all. Good paranoia, but you gotta push it. I don't think Zeus has enough time. He's still paranoid. No, Zeus with the backstab. This round should be into the hands of overtime, barring any crazy scenarios from 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗀𝗀𝗀, which, to be fair, could have been possible. 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗀𝗀𝗀 is the player for me, at least to watch on the AAA side. And he has been having a pretty decent game. But overtime now on the attacking side, this is where I expect them to really turn things up. I expected actually a little bit of a better performance from AAA on the defense, on their own attacking side. Somehow, Overtime walked away with the 2 additional rounds. Like, looking at the timeline, you wouldn't have expected that. 4 rounds in a row for AAA. But moving on to this half, this is where I actually expect Overtime to kind of really start to trail away, and it starts with this pistol here.
That it does. It's pistol time. Attacking side. Well, I'm seeing this as Overtime's play zone, really. Interesting what we're seeing from this region, that, again, a different team still stick towards the Cypher play on the A side with a 3-man stack B. Now, maybe that's just for the pistol, but the standard in Europe, and we do see this kind of strategy pulled out, no doubt, but the standard has been for a long time to have your Cypher B and your 3-man stack on the A side early on. Maybe you go for a little bit of aggression down through bathrooms. So that was interesting to see those little minute differences. 𝗔𝗢𝗖 just about avoids the shock dart. Comes out onto site, but this... Well, that's a blast back kill and a follow-up with the classic. Hello, Pinocchio. He's taking the nose straight off his opponents, but in the end, it's a little bit too big. Easy to hit by 𝗔𝗢𝗖.
I like that smoke, too. It doesn't allow the Omen to push through and stop this plant, but Glooms is going to do so anyways. No! He won't! WannaFly is going to have his chance at redemption, but it's all down to him. Zeus waiting patiently from the showers, and especially after all those audio cues from WannaFly, he's going to push the smoke, take him down, and now Overtime sitting in a very good position to carry us to 9-5. The gun round is going to be very important for AAA.
Yeah, losing out the pistol is always going to be devastating when you're behind. Forced to take an eco, you have to kind of sit on the bus and watch your stop by. You know that you're going to have your opponents pushing right on past you, but hopefully 9-5, it's not over and done with when we get there. If we get there. The classics can do a lot. I mean, I wonder, long term, I don't see the right-click classic staying the way it is, or staying in the game full stop.
Here.
Like, I've heard a lot of people wanting wanting it to be nerfed, wanting it to be removed even. I've heard, because it's like, oh, well, you just can't nerf it, just get rid of it.
That makes sense.
I don't even know what camp I'm in. Like, it's so strong in those close range angles.
Enemy down.
Oh,
wow.
Glooms. Gloomy is definitely how that's going to feel after. You just want the orb. You just want that Empress. You want it as soon as possible. Unfortunately, a buddy system would have helped out, or an early orb capture, I think, would have been a little bit more beneficial. Paranoia towards the elbow side, clearing out at least the left side of the site. There's a player there, but he hasn't been tagged. Yep, there it is. Shots from range. Down to 93 for 𝗔𝗢𝗖. Could have been a little scary, but now the hookah players are starting to show up. Ace going to be the first one to fall. WannaFly and 𝗔𝗢𝗖 held up here as 𝗔𝗢𝗖 crab walks behind the box. You talked about it. The classic definitely hurting. 𝗔𝗢𝗖 with the swing. Should be a round cleaned up here. AAA would have wanted one more, but, you know, difficult round, especially after Glooms falling down the long side, the elbow being cleared out so efficiently. But now this is the gun round that AAA have been waiting for. We'll see what Overtime have cooked up if they can convert on this third round.
Yes, this should do. Oh, this is a nice spot.
Overtime, looking at what they've got, they're pulling the Marshall out. Now, I don't think I've seen a Marshall buy in a round like this. I guess, sure, if you already had it, if you'd have bought it in the previous round or something, but I don't think I've seen someone actually invest into one. Full stop. Yeah, actually, I'm trying to think when the last time was, and it's just so rare. I guess it can do a lot of damage and make those weaker weapons more viable. Like, if you've got a Spectre, for example, you tag someone... Well, that's not ideal. They tried to shoot back, but the blast back actually pushed them out of the way, so Pinocchio gets a trade that was essential, and they're being shut down. What a crossfire, man. The bait in... So WannaFly pops the ult. The big mistake by the... Oh, no, sorry, didn't pop the ult. It was Pinocchio's. Pinocchio's popped the ult, but that blast pack pushed 2 of his teammates out of the way, so they were in the middle of fighting WannaFly, but then they lost their accuracy because they were moving through the air. So WannaFly takes the kill, bails back, then they're focused on the player close. WannaFly swings back out, and it's easy pickings. I don't know how to describe that, really. It was a flaw for Overtime, definitely, and it's like they had good ideas separately. Popping the ult, good idea. Taking the fight onto 𝗠𝘀𝘀, 2 versus 1, good idea. Pushing out, dealing with the player close, good idea. But they are all together. It doesn't work. Not at all.
Yeah. Definitely feels a little bad, especially when you pop the showstopper and you're looking for that pick onto Glooms and the whole team's barreling down. But now this is the gun round, and of course, as it begins, as quickly as it's looking like it's going to end, Conga with 2, so much value from that pick and showers. But there's still 2 players there, and Ginny's going to have so much value of her own unless Zeus can spot this out. He had the right idea, just not the right amount of battery power. Ace with range. Lava also from far will be taken down by Ginny. Just a rough round for overtime. And this was the gun round to answer back. So now it's going to be an eco, and now it's a great actually opportunity for Attack All Around to start to build up their own momentum back into their own favor.
And I'm just looking every round at that A site and seeing the Cypher in play, and I'm a fan. I'm liking it. I'm liking the mix-up, but I guess at the same time, it's a standard within the region, because this is what we've seen from both teams. Oh, they're actually going for the double tripwires, going through middle as well, and that's exactly where overtime are on the way through. The cages go up, tripwires canceled out the first one, at least the second, but the blast packs, Conga Red's down to the revolver up close, the sheriff, I should say, taking the frag, and a 5v4, site lost, plant down. That's the problem with having a 2-man hold.
Winning this round would put overtime at 10 and give him an incredible thrifty win. We're going to start to try to clear out the lamp side. 𝗠𝘀𝘀 will lead that charge. There's 2 players now ready to swing. 1 player will do so, but there's the actual weapon on the opposite side. Pinocchios can't get the job done. And this is going to be a pretty clean and clear round for AAA, but maybe not as clear as Glooms would have hoped as he turns his back directly Lava. And if I'm going to be honest with you, Mitch, I don't think there's ever a world where I want to turn my back to Lava. It's a deadly thing. It can burn you. It can scold you. There's so many different ways that you could feel the pain from the Lava. And I've actually never even seen Lava in person, so I don't think I'd want to turn my back to him.
He's a nice guy. I will say though, I spent some time on a volcanic mountain where they had like a hole dug down into where the lava was, and then they would open the hole and cook things over it. And it's very far down below, but the heat, obviously it's in a contained environment, so the heat is exactly as it would be right above it, because it just comes up a chimney of pure rock. That's quite a good insulator. So they would cook things over it, and when they opened it, you could look down, and I mean instantly, your eyes dried out. Split set, like you put your head over, bang, they're dry. Like it was unbelievable. It was a terrible feeling, and then you're blinking for ages afterwards, trying to like stop your eyes from feeling dead on the inside. But well, yeah, pretty cool. That was awesome.
Ginny, unfortunately, going to feel dead on the inside. Already taken out by Juju's. Quickly traded. Scary, trying to use that ultimate to maybe actually commit to that backside teleport, but that'll be halted. 𝗠𝘀𝘀 will take out Lava, trying to maybe catch a late round lurk or stop any flanks without the trips, because it doesn't look like trips are available. Oh, that feels so bad. Ace got caught with a bow and arrow. You don't want to bring that to a gunfight. 2 players now going to be rotating from AAA all the way through the defender spawn. A 2v3, a little bit difficult, Mitch, but I think still possible for Attack All Around.
The possibility definitely there. We've seen 2v4s run in worse situations, but Pinocchio's, he opens it up, and he's just too strong on that angle. A 3K to close the round in overtime, right back up there, claiming rounds, claiming heads. I don't think it's over and done with just yet, though, because Attack All Around won so many rounds. They won them pretty cleanly, too. They've built up quite a cache of credits, so they will get their full buyout. Ginny going over to the operator. We'll see what that's going to be netting us. The Omen operator plays. They ain't seen that for a while.
Was it 𝗠𝘀𝘀 yesterday that was doing the blast pack op peaks? I don't even remember. There was somebody that was doing blast pack op peaks. I want to say it's 𝗠𝘀𝘀, but I don't think it was, because it was obviously Juju's on the op, right? It's a Jet. Gets the Liberty, everyone's going to drop him, you know, but some raise yesterday was blast pack op peaking. And then I wonder if 𝗠𝘀𝘀 has the ability to do so. Ginny I'm going to be honest with you, this is like the first time I think we've seen her on the op, and I don't know if it's unproven, if it's untested, and you're doing this to get into the grand final. I don't know. I wonder what the decision was like to get the op here.
I guess as well, though, Ginny's not really doing too well, shall we say. She's got 5 kills on the board. Definitely not her game. We know she's capable, so she said, hey, listen, let's mix it up a little bit. I've got the Reaver skin. Oh, it's a damn good skin. Might as well put it to some use. We'll see what Ginny's able to do with it. Ultimate goes through. Paranoia out. There's the ult dealt with as 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗍 falls. A 4v4. Smoked out in heaven. No chance of getting anything done with the operator. Ace gonna swing through with his drone, waiting for his teammates to be lined up and ready to go, but it should have went out earlier. His Gloons is being caught off by an off angle being held. 10-8. 3 versus 4 round, an attack all round. Definitely need, but they have no access into this. Look, unless the showstopper's going to be popped and they really just send it, this has to be a save, and 𝗠𝘀𝘀, well, he's sent it, but without the showstopper.
Well, they know where one player is at least.
One enemy remaining.
Sova has to participate, and if you're still in the smoke while your Omen Ginny is peeking, there's not much value you're going to find from waiting for that smoke to subside. And now Scary, it's going to be exactly that, as Ace gets a little surprised rotating through the vent play. I was going to say at the beginning of the round there was 8 ultimates. There's still 7. So considering we're at 11-8, the possibility for overtime to take this to match point, especially on this round, especially since it's an eco round for AAA. A couple of assault rifles will make it through, but still, Sharif and the Classic hope to get the job done. But look at that. Showstopper available, neural theft if they can find themselves a corpse. I don't imagine the Empress can be used here, but maybe it's possible. The point just being is that there's a lot of ultimates available to try to secure these rounds.
Give me a corpse. I think, you know, a previous round looked like almost a matchmaking round. Everybody pushed out one by one in that 4v4 retake. They gave the opportunities. Gloom comes out in the spawn tunnel. He gets wrecked. Then 𝗠𝘀𝘀 swings out of heaven. Then Ginny goes out. Then, eventually, you see Sova come out of the smoke. Oh, the magazine that's stuck on the wall. Sticky magazine. What were you doing with it, Scary? The so yeah, I think it was odd that we had such a lack of coordination from a team that we know are capable of it. And I wouldn't point it out. Were they not capable? More than the blast pack straight through, open up an angle, but they've actually left 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗍 completely unchecked. Never mind, they deal with him eventually. Pinocchio swinging out for more and catches the head of Ace. This is a disaster. They've completely cleared out heaven. They know the site is theirs. The plant is going down. It's a 5v2, a 5v1. 𝗠𝘀𝘀 does well to pull back a frag, but this is going to have to be the best round of his life if he wants. Maybe it is going to be the best round of his life. There's a flank on the way, so all Juju's has to do is buy 2 flanks, actually. Never mind. There was no way he was winning that.
They were pinching him. And that's actually one of the things that I want to give a lot of credit to the Southeast Asian teams that we've seen throughout, you know, the knockout stage yesterday and now the semifinal stage today. They don't chalk up any flanks up to anything. In NA, I feel like there's a lot of respect, except maybe not from 100 Thieves, because I often see Steel get himself into some very peculiar places. But that's good. I like that. Like, I like when he pushes those extremes. But look, they flanked. They had a Omen TP up, 1 player vents, 1 player spawn. They never leave any angle unchecked. They will flank until the flanks come home. And I think that is a very efficient way to play because you're covering all your bases. And unfortunately for Glooms, he might not be covering his bases this time. Empress will not be used. The battle in the showers doesn't go to anyone's way. They'll get out with their lives. But it's a 5v4, and the attack, I think, are going to be very happy about this.
There's the showstopper for Pinocchio. It fires away, but it's inside the doorway. 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝘀 doesn't even take damage. Back to a 4v4. A 4v3 with the ult used. Gives vision through the smoke. Zeus, he's trying to pull it back. He's trying to get them right back into this round. It ain't going to be easy, especially as Ace shuts him down. Lava has to check close left and doesn't, so it's a quick shutdown by 𝗠𝘀𝘀, leaving it all up to Scary. 12-8. 4 rounds between them. He will go for this. Obviously, they've got plenty of credits in the back pocket. But I don't think he's going to win it. The fight from afar. Ace slid to 30, but he still has 𝗠𝘀𝘀 on long to cover the side cross. They can just play this together. It's going to be the TP over. Oh, it was a fake TP, but he's been spotted. It's ruined. It's done. And through the smoke, the round is won.
That was a little scary there temporarily, especially finding that open pick. And I think sometimes when you find that opening pick, teams have to make the decision, especially when overtime was working the shower side. Do we A, pull back, especially since the showers play didn't work out and Pinocchio's pushed in by himself onto the A side? Your two players, your point offense on the shower side are smoked off. And they know that there was at least a player or two in there. And I know that Pinocchio's are trying to capitalize on that. But you don't have the support if you don't successfully land the showstopper, which in the case of Pinocchio's, he did it. So I would have loved maybe to see the pull back and use the opening pick on the B site to find a little bit more space. You know that there could be only maximum of 2 players there, especially the information gathered on the A site. But let's look at this round as once again Pinocchio's finding that opening pick, but this time on the A site. And this time there's only 1 player there. The defense is late to the rotate, but the execute hasn't come in yet. And since the spike's over towards the B site, might not even be the A site after all.
Blocking sight.
Speaking of sights are being blocked as Juju's puts down some cloud bursts and then swings through for the kills, but no kills are found. The bait works. 𝗠𝘀𝘀 gets aggressive. He finds a 1-for-1 trade, but they lose hookah and they might just lose the site pretty soon. TP up behind on B long, but hold on. It's actually an A hitting Zeus. He's got himself into position, moving up through, looking at the spawn, swinging, catching Glooms off guard at 2v3, looking for map point here. It's already map point, excuse me, looking for the map. Our overtime and the spray from Zeus almost confirms the round win and the map win. There's 1 player left to deal with, and really, how much can 1 man do versus 3?
Well, starts out hot, headshot on Scary, but that's exactly how he's going to feel. As he's going to be looking at the first map lost here for AAA. Last time the series did go to the favor of overtime, and they did start off with a map win. And then it went to Ascent, and that is where AAA were able to dominate over overtime. I don't know if that's where we're going to end up next. It's possible, since they're now able to get to decide what map they want to go to. But even if we do get there overtime, we'll get side selection. But regardless, that entire map there, I had it kind of expected Juju's to pop off, but really Pinocchio's. Once we get to that stat board, it's going to be beautiful to see how well he did, because I think he was probably the star performer for this matchup, the MVP of the match for me at least, with all of the entrying that he did on the attacking side.
Yeah, look, I do feel like one of the things within this region for Omen players is that they're much, much more passive. We tend to see them be the last player into sites. They're using their utility much more heavily versus, like, let's think of EU, Team Liquid, Eccles for a long time. Not anymore, but he was like IGLing, omening, and operating. So obviously wasn't the player. Like we just saw Ginny pull it out there for one of the rounds. We'll take a look at the stats anyways and see who was leading the charge and leading the scoreboard when we finished out the game. And of course, it was Pinocchio's for overtime, but 𝗠𝘀𝘀, he just about edges out as the top fragger of the server, even despite losing the game.
𝗠𝘀𝘀, you know, to be fair, seeing him top frag, I didn't really feel like I ever saw like any, you know, huge multi-kills or huge rounds from 𝗠𝘀𝘀. It's probably just consistent play that we saw out of him. Lava and Zeus, of course, really trailing Pinocchio's, but what it does tell us is that really overtime, a lot of the roster here to play and here warmed up. Glooms and Ginny, I think probably more so criticism can be thrown towards the Gloom side more so than the Ginny side, as you had identified passive Omen play across the region. Glooms really hot yesterday. Today's first map starting off a little cold. Maybe it's just map pick. Maybe it's just comfort. Let's have a look at the game summary here. Pinocchio's and Lava side by side, MVP and entry fragger. You would think Pinocchio's, with the amount of first bloods that he found, he'd be at the top, but nah, it's Lava hot, finding 5 on the map.
5 entries. I mean, that's the name of the game. And for Lava, right, he was playing a Cypher, right? Getting up in there, surprisingly finding those openings. But the thing is, I think it's a little bit different than what we would normally expect. You look at a Cypher in EU play, in NA play, you're playing inside a hookah, you're playing that kind of passive role. Your utility is used to sound out and get an idea when opponents are pushing you and set your teammate on the side up to take a lot of those fights. Whereas he is playing as a 2-man hold on A. He's got one-way cages to play off of. And so a lot of the time those guys are pushing forward. He's able to pop a one-way, get those frags out, use the tripwires and his other cage to fire on through. So I feel like it makes sense that he found so many openings, considering A's pressure was a little bit more in the second half. But look, before we talk about the second map, we're going to throw things to a quick break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes with map number 2 between these two teams, so don't go anywhere because it's going to be a banger.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
No more. Enemy down.
One enemy remaining.
Hey, big break, guys.
Nowhere to run. Start removed. Stay down.
One enemy remaining. Attackers win.
Let's build a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine. a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine. Let's build a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are ready to roll with map number 2. We are here for the giant game that has been overtime versus attack all round. Close first map. We were on bind. I think it was 13-9 to overtime. It was close, but in the end, no cigar for attack all round. As we come on to the second map, attack all round will get map choice, and then you will have overtime choosing what side to start on. And honestly, I'll be straight, Simo. I actually think that picking the side is almost more important than the map. Because as I said before, if you're a team and you can't play 4 maps, you're not a team.
Wow, I'm going to quote that. I'm going to send it to all the NA teams. I'm sure they'll be very grateful, very happy to hear Mitch say that. But I think probably the most important thing for me is going to be that map choice, because all that's left is Ascent, Split, and Haven, and only one of those maps in the best of 3 was the one that overtime lost, which was Ascent. Haven and Split was a very convincing victory. It was 13-7 on Split, 13-8 on Haven. That was like 2 weeks ago. That's still very fresh. That's not like 2 weeks of VOD review has improved that matchup. It still could have, but Ascent is where I think they really struggled for overtime. But that was also with PTC. And not 𝗔𝗢𝗖, who's here instead of PTC. But let's have a look at that map veto, see what we actually end up getting selected by the losers here of AAA. And we'll see what the side selection also, of course, bodes for overtime.
Yeah, we should be taking a look at the map veto in just a little bit. I think, really, I'm feeling the split. Give me a split, baby. Oh, we're on the team lineup. Excuse me, misheard. But these are the team lineups that will be competing on Split, hopefully, maybe. As we saw, Ginny had a little bit of a tough game. She was going down to the operator towards the end of it on the Omen. I don't expect her to be the one that's doing the majority of the heavy lifting, though. I look towards 𝗠𝘀𝗖, 𝗔𝗢𝗖 especially. And the thing about 𝗔𝗢𝗖 is you're coming in, you're picking a Reyna, you better be fragging.
No.
There's no excuse for not being up the top because you do not provide value to your team unless you're getting kills. And we are going to Haven. AAA coming out with some ballsy picks.
Yeah, I think the one thing, though, about the loss last time was 𝗠𝘀𝗖 was on the Reyna, and PTC, a different edition than 𝗔𝗢𝗖, was on the Jett. And, of course, we've seen some of that, of course, swap around, especially up against the AA matchup. We saw, I believe it was Ace on the Raze, and then 𝗔𝗢𝗖 was on the Reyna, and instead 𝗠𝘀𝗖 was on the Killjoy. So there's a possibility here that maybe that agent composition just didn't work against overtime last time. But this team is the same for overtime. They're going to play exactly the same, or with maybe some slight changes to how they've wanted to develop the meta over the past 2 weeks. But for the most part, this on paper is a overtime 2-0. It's up to AAA to prove to us that the same mistake will not happen twice.
Well, we'll see if they can prove that to us, because for me, the mistake could be having 𝗔𝗢𝗖 on, again, the Reyna. I think he's been good, don't get me wrong, but again, just value you bring to your team, man. For me, Reyna's way down the list. I want to see a Breach in there instead. I want to see a Skye, but obviously in this tournament, Skye is not allowed. We started the qualifiers with no Skye, and so the decision is made to continue that all the way through. The same for Icebox. Honestly, that's a decision that I'm a fan of. I think that, for example, the way first strike round, where the first set of qualifiers Icebox wasn't in, and the second set it was, I'm not hugely behind that. Or Skye. Wait, it was Skye that came in, right? And then Icebox was for the main event, if I remember correctly. Yeah. But
yes.
Either way, adding in new agents, new maps, any changes like that, I feel like whatever the tournament starts with or whatever qualifiers start with, they should finish with. Because otherwise, it presents a completely different front. If you imagine the first week of qualifiers had Skye in, who knows what would have happened there, what teams would have been upset, but because they made it through, they didn't have to deal with it, essentially. So I'm a fan of start with it, stick with it, but here we go. We'll be sticking with these teams that attack all round, start out on the attacking side, and they're moving in towards the B side. Already lost a player. It was 𝗔𝗢𝗖 to fall straight away. The Reyna on the pistol round, getting dropped with a valuable kill. 𝗠𝘀𝗖 remains undetected. Right click comes out for 1, for 2, and he might even get a third. Low HP on the Jett, making their way through. Okay,
wow.
Juju's is nuts. This guy's unbelievable.
Still a 2v2. 𝗠𝘀𝗖 has no idea that Juju's is walking around the big box, but still that spike down, and Juju's has control of it. Konga, if he can just hold the angle, he knows that Juju has to swing. Good tailwind. fact that that was available. I wonder how many times he used that round. One way, I like it, but it's a little bit too high. Still, nevertheless, Juju's gives him the dunk, the good old dunkaroo, dips it in. One of the things I wanted to identify as well, last time Overtime played Haven yesterday, I believe against Todak, or rather last time I think these teams faced, Pinocchio's was on the Breach. Swapping over to the Phoenix, I like that adaptation, but I mean, I guess I'm a little bit biased since.
Do you think I like that adaptation?
But Ace was on yesterday. Ace was on Raze, and I think WannaFly was on Killjoy. I think based on WannaFly's performance in round 1, we were already seeing a much better agent composition selected here.
This is one of those things where if we were at LAN and you said that, I'd just be like, would have flicked up my head looking at you like, what you say? Would you just say, Phoenix, a good idea? God damn North Americans. They're invading. But look, when did you use that previous round, dude? He just ran through the smoke. He got so much done, but attack all around with pistols. Well, they're getting so much done. It pulled it into a 1v2. Okay, it doesn't work out, but imagine Glooms gets that kill, overheals, picks up a weapon. Now all of a sudden, 1v1, full HP, actually HP advantage. I could have went out of control pretty quickly. In the pistol, though, Juju's, he runs through the smoke. He just ran straight at a player. He was 10 HP, 20 HP. And he just ran straight at them. Absolutely no fear. And the thing for me, the reason he did that was so his teammate could trade. But then Zeus went towards the back of B, so he couldn't trade. Which left Juju's kind of on his own. He was sacrificing himself for no reason. And so he just pulled out 3K. Because why not? Because that's what Juju's does. He's nuts. He's sick. And it's players like that where I'll sit back all day long and say, I don't like Jett. I don't think she should be picked. I think, you know, it's sort of like easy mode having a Jett on your lineup. But in the hands of Juju's, man, you can pick whatever the hell you want. The same thing for Scream, right? I don't like Reyna. I think Reyna, Jett, and Phoenix to me are just cheap agents that won't really be around in the long run when teams start to elevate their play. Like they'll be pocket picked every now and then, but for the most part, they won't be like, you know, you won't have a Phoenix player or a Jett or a Reyna. But the thing is, when someone like Scream takes a Reyna, I'm not going to say anything because he can just do it. He's not a human being. He can do whatever the hell he wants.
Are you saying he's a robot? Are you saying robots have rights?
He could be. I think honestly that explains a lot. He's got like aim lock coded into his wrist. That makes sense.
So far, it's been a slow and steady start to this one. 40 seconds left on the clock, and it's going to be a late round A hit. And 3 members are here from Overtime, and they're behind the box. Paranoia not coming in quite yet for Ginny. Now it's going to start to come through those players behind, but there is a counter flash up and over, so there's still delayed. 20 seconds left on the clock, and AAA have to get the spike down. Looks like it's going to be a little bit easier, but they still are stopping them left and right. If they can still make this a little bit more competitive, they, for some reason, drop onto the site, and all they needed to do really was delay and wait for the audio cue, but they sacrificed themselves for the good of the cause. A round lost.
Evidently, that was the united front for them in that round. Odd to say the least. But I guess like if they had a Hunter's Fury or something, it would have come out a little bit differently. A lockdown, any of these ultimates would have completely changed the course of the round. And again, it's another reason to play for ult orbs that we see a lot of teams neglecting. Matter of fact, I think the first team that I saw doing it was like Party Pirates back in the day with Angel. And it took so long for other teams to start catching on about how important that map control is to seize ult orbs. Like right now, okay, Zeus is cleared out long. He knows it's clear. Take the ult orb! Zeus! Oh, come on. Like, this is basic. Look, there's a Phoenix on short who can swing and hold that angle while you take an ult orb. That's a Hunter's Fury up way sooner. Why would you not do that, Simo? Kills me. It's a small thing.
Okay. Hold on. Hear me out. Owl drone goes down long. Sees ult orb still there. Passive on A site? Oh, I wonder if it's a free site. I wonder if there's some mind game to play with not taking the orb. Or maybe not.
Yeah, I think you're reading too much into it there. Oh! What a transfer! He didn't even dodge the paranoia! But Zeus goes down in the end. A 2v3. perfectly winnable for overtime. Not if they go in one by one. There was no trade. There was no peek from heaven. That's messy. That's a mistake, and that's going to cost you a round.
And off the backboard too. Those paint shells won't hurt though. That shock dart will. That second one might. It's a little off the money, but 60 HP turret going to go up to bait maybe, or maybe drop down and use it as cover of some kind. But yeah, this round should be into the hands of AAA. And then the eco to follow, an opportunity to gain a lead here. Lava. No reason to save this. At least I don't think so. But grabbing the op is smart. There's a player starting to chase him down. The blast backs come through. Lava's trying to run the turret. He's going to re-angle. He's going to reposition. All he needs to do is hold. The turret's doing some damage. Op shot comes in. WannaFly tries to chase down the op, but cannot. I mean, it's an op. It's a Vandal. Even with 60 HP still, going to be a deadly shot.
When you talk about off the backboard, I'm not sure what was more of a throw, that nade or that round by the defensive side. Like, it's one of those situations where, like, first of all, let's start with the ult orb again. The ult orb, it's a very basic thing, but at the same time, it's all about having your protocols and your objectives in play. You understand what your aim of a round is, what you're looking to do when certain things happen. And I think you can see in that there's no bigger plan. This is 5 players looking at the base strategy of map control, fighting enemies. But there's more levels to the game than just that, and I think that's what a lot of teams neglect. Then you've got the added thing of a 3v2 pushing into the A site before Spike's even down, before your teammates are ready to trade you out. Whoa, going through the smoke. That is not a good idea, but luckily it's only resulted in a 1-for-1 trade. Attack all round. They've lost 2 players, but versus the Pistols,
Spike planted.
you don't want to lose any more.
Wonder where that shock dart ended up. Zeus going to be saving the op here. They really want to carry this along. And funny enough, it's not really Juju's using it. At least not this round. I'd love to see some aggressive peeks from Juju's. There's a classic Doors peek. There's an aggressive Sewers peek. There's an aggressive A-Long peek. You don't really see a lot of op shots or op looks on the C site. It's usually just on the box. There's actually a way to get up on the box without having to use your updraft. It takes a little bit of a finesse off the logs, jumping up onto the corner, and then you don't have to actually use your updraft to get up there and save some of that resource. But see if Juju's ends up picking the op where he's gonna go. Where he's going to end up. It's still going to be Zeus holding onto it, so I guess Juju's maybe not feeling comfortable with it. Maybe doesn't even want to do it. Maybe just wants to rifle and get up all in your face, which I totally understand. He's been doing that very successfully. And Zeus is just going to hold down A passively, aggressively just back away if those op shots don't connect. But attack all around, they're not really interested in the A side to start.
Deploy.
Swap.
Revealing area.
Oh, I thought he saw him.
30
I thought he
seconds
saw
left.
him. I swear he saw him. I mean, I saw him. But I saw just the
Player
cape.
standing.
Sometimes that's how
Spike
Sova
planted.
feels, just, deep in the night. He finds another frag onto Juju's. This is slowly starting to slip away from overtime. It's gun round. And if Zeus lands that shot, this round's over, right? They don't really get control of the A site. Zeus gets the pick onto B and then backs off with the recon bolt. Their information gathered, but Yeah, this round's lost. But still, the op actually might get picked up. I don't know if it's still there or if they managed to find that upgrade and carry that over to the attack. I think they did. 2-4 going to be the scoreline after this one. Attack all around. It really started off hot on this attacking side, but it's going to be overtime that'll be on the attack in the second half. So it's going to be a little bit of a battle of attrition to start. How many rounds can overtime secure? So far, it hasn't been looking good for the defense, Mitch, but I think you've identified that there's just some gaps in the agent play. You know, a little bit, just a tiny bit, just a tad.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like these are the things though that improve by getting a coach and an analyst on the team by really working on it individually, thinking proactively and consistently about what the game is about, what your round-to-round plan is. VOD reviewing. There's so much you can do, but it requires so much from you at the same time. You're trying to get better at your agent. You're trying to improve the fundamentals of team play. So I can understand why, especially teams that aren't massively backed, you know, if you're playing for Fnatic or someone and you make these kind of mistakes, then I'm going to crucify you. But I can completely understand it within smaller regions. And personally, I think that the level of play within Southeast Asia is improving an insane amount over such a short period of time. 𝗔𝗢𝗖 and 𝗠SCARY, they've actually managed to pull back a couple of these kills. It's back into a 3 versus 3 as attack all round looked to push into the site, but the operator of 𝗔𝗢𝗖, oh no! Ace is so quick!
Yeah, and 𝗔𝗢𝗖's also caught moving there. Oh, way down below. Yeah, Bulldog's gonna... Okay, I thought it had the opportunity to, but Konga looking up towards heaven and then flicking straight over to the entryway onto the site. A solid round from AAA, and now it's going to be, I thought, down to an eco, but that was the soft buy into the gun round here for overtime. So considering we're at max loss bonus here, depending on how the economy plays out, it can be very difficult to get them down to an economic disadvantage, because they'll always be able to soft buy something, right? They'll never be down to pistols. They'll just have enough, buy a little something. So overtime are going to be a little annoying, but what I think is more annoying for them is that they just can't secure a third round here. Tackle around their hits have just been very, very consistent. They trade out here for overtime, but it's never enough trading that they secure themselves the round.
I have the spike.
If you look at the aggressive position now, Phoenix did exactly what he needs to bait out for the Jet. Question is, do they take the bait? Do they bite and push forward, allow Jet to completely sideswipe them? This is not a position that is regularly held. Like, oh, Jet's gone up! The aggressive play gets one, dashes out. Doesn't really pay off, but I understand why he does it. You know, you're thinking about there being one more player. No, of course the orb's not going to be taken. Come on, nobody takes old orbs in this region. We know this. We know this, Simon. You're asking for too much. Give it a year.
Love teams that play around alt orbs. That makes the game so much more fun to see. You're developing a win condition for yourself, and despite having all keys to the castle, Zeus is going to get locked out by the modem, but the battle continues for Lava and 𝗠SCARY. Holy smokes, holding down the C site. That is one of the things that is either really win or lose. A good omen, playing behind Plat. I see in North America, Nitro, so good behind the Plat position. Spider on T1, not so much. 𝗠SCARY there was able to hold down the line with Lava. That buddy system worked out phenomenally well to hold down the site.
I like 𝗠SCARY's little flick as well. He sprayed one player. Even though the last guy was low, it's like a little flick over, pop, headshot. Didn't even fire more than one bullet. He knew he had it. That's the confidence I love to see. He's being spotted falling back here. 𝗔𝗢𝗖 doesn't deal with the recon. Instead, just cloudbursts it off. Great opening by Pinocchios. He was going to put the wall down, but he realizes he doesn't need to with cloudburst. And, oh, he's got a tag as well. Got to be careful. So close to the frag. But the Reina just about survives. The shock darts in play. Zeus wants to swing, but it's 8 seconds till his recon, so you're really better off just waiting and then firing that one out to see if anybody's there. Should be online now, but he's on his way into heaven.
So, average Jonas, right? Amazing with the lineups. Just absolutely insane. But one of the things that I think some Sova players are good at and some Sova players are not. Some Sova players are horrible at lineups. And then they're really good at using their Hunter's Fury. Is Jonas a player that can do both? Can he do it all on the Sova?
I genuinely think there is nothing that average Jonas cannot do. This man has been a traveling opera
30
singer.
seconds left.
He's adapted then to streaming. He's then cast. He's then played in tournaments and done really well.
Spike
It
planted.
disgusts me how good he is, just naturally, at everything.
I only ask because the Hunter's Fury, they're not able to find anything. And Pinocchio's not able to even find himself. This 𝗠_𝗀𝗖 finds 2 on the round there, just playing in and out of the smoke. Houdini, but he's going to make himself disappear, as eventually the defense will manage to take him down. And really a completely different life has been injected into this overtime roster. Finding 2 rounds in succession is definitely going to set them up for the second half. Can they find another one? Can they find 2 more? That is going to be the bigger question, since the economy, I think, is in a pretty good spot for AAA. They might be able to carry this economy out for the rest of this half. They'll get max loss bonus if they win another. If they lose another, they'll obviously get the win bonus if they win this one. So their economy is going to be in a pretty good spot for the remainder of the half. And that actually spells a little bit of trouble for overtime, because they'll be going into gun round after gun round after gun round.
No, it'll be over then. Never mind. The nade to the left, the smoke's off. I love this. 𝗠_𝗀𝗖 going to get a little bit of an advanced position to clear out the back of the site. Now they've got a plant. Problem with B, though, is the retakes. It's so difficult to hold on to this site, and indeed, when run it back is popped and they just go swinging through, trading out that ultimate. Ace baiting, but they still check their close corner, and it's all down to 1. No way. Literally no way to win this. Saving is probably the better option. You see, he doesn't even move from window. Gets the kill for it, too. Oh, he's stuck in the corner.
I just have a question, if you don't mind.
Go for it.
Konga's playing for window, and you don't plant for window. I'm a little, I'm a little confused there.
Yeah.
Like you have an omen. Put the spike on the omen. TP into sight. Plant. TP out of sight. Bada bing, bada boom. Konga can play for defuse. But you plant like deep in the site, like so deep that the defense is just practically hugging the spike when they spawn.
Yeah, I can't really
confused.
give you an answer as to why they did that. Didn't make sense. It cost them, and somehow Lava's just picked up 𝗠_𝗀𝗖 before the op shot came through from Ginny. That was pixel perfect timing. Nanosecond perfect timing, I suppose. As we go into this 4 versus 4, that utility from 𝗠_𝗀𝗖 no longer to be worried about. Lear goes out to allow them cross on Garage. Still players on long, but the op shot misses. Juju's and Pinocchio's coming through with the crossfire, and this could be it for attack all round. In this round, at least. It's a 2 versus 4. Both players were spotted on long. Conrad now confirmed being there as well. And he's somehow still fragging with no trades. There we go.
If there's anybody that I want in those scenarios to try to clutch things out, it's going to be Conrad. Unfortunately for him, not going to be a very fruitful round, but this might be a fruitful one for attack all around. Yes, the economy's bad, but 5 ultimates across the board. Now, yesterday we saw, I believe, I don't even remember which quarterfinal, but there was a certain team that was not using their ultimates despite having like 3 rounds left in the half, and they just kept saving them to the second half. Unfortunately, those don't carry over. So for attack all around, 5 ultimates available. I expect probably some initiation with the Hunter's Fury, a showstopper to get space, a neural theft once they find a body, once they find a corpse. They don't really have the weaponry here. See if that op will able to land the shots. It's not. Shock darts come through. That's the flash, and it's not traded. But here comes the showstopper. You gotta run. It doesn't connect.
Pinocchio's was left on 1 HP, but he's managed to heal up on the back of it. Juju's somehow got the Phoenix buff. You see around the edge of his screen, he was getting healed, although he wasn't actually. Not that he needs to be, because he's on that full health. But he's jumping around. He's trying to spot some players outside of A. Drone goes through to just further cement the information, and they don't see anyone. So at this point, it is time to start the rotate. They're going to be moving towards the B side and the Sova all the way to C. Super passive 𝗠_𝗀𝗖 utility on the C side. You've got a drone. No, not a drone. You've got a turret, excuse me. to watch for them pushing out, because they know that there's a probability that you're going to see like the raise packs and then the shadow step to get those players on the site so they can activate nano swarms. But attack all around, well, they've shifted pace again, and it's the A site that they look to. Pinocchio will be able to see when they come around the corner, and he gets a double. The paranoia timing was off, and it's cost them two. But Ace and Ginny, they're doing their best to pull it all the way back. It doesn't look like it's going to be all that easy for overtime anymore, but they have got a lockdown. It could be the difference maker if there wasn't that Hunter's Fury online to destroy it. Ginny cut off, and it could be it. Ace is low. He's in the corner. Out goes the recon, and he uses it perfectly. Distracts the crosshair of lava and catches the headshot. What a round!
Yeah, you just commit to that. You just hold the angle. You know where he is. You know where he is. You've got that advantage. Just hold the angle. 6-6 going to be the finish there. AAA started off hot, especially after that third gun round. They were able to convert 5 in a row just before overtime, were able to really find some of their own momentum. And it was off the back of players like 𝗔𝗢𝗖 and Pinocchios. And to be honest, Scary doing a phenomenal job of holding down sites, especially the C site being held down alongside Lava when those hits did decide to come through. But now it is up to overtime to attack. Now this is where I expect things to, of course, once again turn up. Similar to what we saw in Bind. The second half does favor overtime in this instance, but it does boil down to what their attack plan is. There's still an opportunity for AAA to halt them dead in their tracks.
Well, with the score as it is, this pistol, it's what's going to jettison one team into the lead. Oh, the paranoia, again, so well used by Ginny to blind out that player, allowing for the kill to come in for Ace. He's still alive because of it. And really, although she didn't get a kill, Ginny's the MVP of that round for me yet again. I love Omen play like this, where, sure, you're not top fragging, you're not getting in there, but the paranoia usage combined with your teammates is what's getting them a lot of these kills.
Definitely feels good. Start off with a pistol win, especially for AAA, considering we've seen the theatrics from 𝗔𝗢𝗖 before. He didn't really do a lot of it on Bind, but alongside Pinocchio's on a Phoenix, I expect a lot of crazy gun rounds to ensue. But for now, for the time being, AAA with the weapon advantage. How expensive can overtime make it is going to be the bigger question. Already we're seeing Scary gather a lot of space and play all the way up towards the opposing Omen smoke. Or sorry, his own smoke. The opposing Omen smoke was to stop the sightline towards the orb. But another smoke goes out. Unfortunately, does spot them all out. Has the Spectre now in tow. He's flashed off. He's burning alive. Crisp. But Ace coming in from behind. That spike is down. They really want to get it down for the economy. But Ace with the 4K. Just really all possible angles against all odds. Keanu Reeves just spraying them all down. Bending over backwards. The 2-round start here on the second half.
Flying off into the lead. Attack all round. Well, they're doing that on their defensive side. And being a map behind, I guess they're the ones with the pressure on them. This round here should be a loss. Let's again set those expectations very, very low. 3 Spectres, a Phantom on Ginny. Surprisingly, actually, because for Wannafly to have a Bulldog at the moment, considering he is fragging like an absolute beast, and Ginny's really not feeling it, I don't know about keeping it. And it's not something that I think you can almost demand of a player. You can't say, yo, Ginny, what's up? Give me that weapon. But I feel like that's where individuals have to realize when they're not feeling it. Right? Like, as a teammate, you don't want to put someone down and be like, listen, you're playing terribly today. Give me that weapon, right? You don't want to get inside your teammate's head. But it's where your teammate should turn to you and kind of go, hey, listen, you're going to do more with this than me.
I do think it's worth mentioning that Ginny was the only one playing a long angle, right? And everyone was playing close, especially on the sewer side. So I agree with you, but I think just how they were playing, they wanted to play close with the Spectres. And speaking of close, there's a Sova. Oh, Zeus, is he going to get caught out? Yes! It is traded away. Now in rotation, they're able to at least find another one pick. Pinocchio's watches and finds 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗁, 𝗔𝗢𝗖, will he anticipate a player behind the double box? Does he check the 50? He will. Shot's going to be good. 𝗠ₛ𝐹ly now, trying to stay behind Plat. 2 players remaining. 𝗠𝘀𝘁 going to take a long time to get over. 𝗏𝑢lldog's going to work out, but there's still a couple more players. 𝗠ₛ𝐹ly going to find 2. 𝗠paranoia comes through. It's going to be at least enough to take down 𝗠𝘀𝘁, but now they know exactly where 𝗠ₛ𝐹ly is. They just got to hold on, wait for the support from Pinocchios, who's coming in now. Don't think he's got the hot hands. He doesn't have a lot of HP to work with either. Just straight through the box. Just straight through the box. Don't need it. 𝗠ₛ𝐹ly peeks through. Spike going to go down. A couple of extra credits coming in. In overtime, you said it was going to be a round win for them. Did not expect it to be that expensive.
I do have to say, for overtime, this is the round that matters tenfold. If they can pick this up, I think the mentality aspect of the game swings into their favor pretty significantly. And your attack all round right now, you're already down. You're already losing. In terms of the series, that lead, that little bit of a lead that you gained by winning the pistol could slip away. Overtime got it all to play for. You see they're going for A long control, but they're pushing up together. You got your Phoenix and your Jett, both players who have either heals up or escapism. These are the ones I want to see fighting for that map control. They go up, they break the camera, and they fall back, just robbing any information, making attack all around that little bit more paranoid. And from what we saw in the previous round, they like to do this and then moved. Oh, this is so smart. The drone coming down short just cements. They're going to move towards C because they've broken the camera. Now they're sending in utility from one of the players that wasn't spotted. So they know 3 players were outside of C. And here's the rotate, here's the smoke, and here's the execute to the C side.
Ginny's going to get a fat 𝗠paranoia, but back away to join the rest of her team. So this is going to be a 5v5 retake unless Sova peeks out. Scary through the smoke finds Ginny. The recon bolt doesn't even spot that out, so now they can get into post plants. It's a 5v4 retake. Yes, there is a Hunter's Fury. It is going to be rotated around from 𝗏𝐴 all the way back through the attacker halls. There's an alarm bot there, I believe. That's going to be here from the duelists. Lear's going to come out, and they're looking for an execute. Ace is just going to hold the line. On the opposite side is Alter Ego, man in the mirror. 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗁's going to find an entry. Pinocchio's going to trade it out. They're still coming through, and they're waiting for Ace. Alarm bot. He knows he's there. Shot's going to be good. He'll take him down. 1 player remaining. 𝗠ₛ𝐹ly. You said this was a momentum builder. It's going to be the momentum ender, as overtime will tie us up 8-8. This is going to be very scary now for 𝗏𝐴.
As I said, this is where things do start to get in your head a little bit. You know, you're back up 8-8. The lead that you had, it's gone. Economic advantage goes to your opponents overtime. The thing is, here's the potential big change. Attack all round are currently in a position where they have got 2 ultimates that do a lot of damage. You got a showstopper. Oh, don't peek this at the start, Raze. The most valuable player in this round having the showstopper. If they're going to go for retakes, if they're going to stop any pointed pushes, and was even taking the fight uphill, so you cannot use the showstopper, guaranteed. Falls back, plays towards the B side. Now, the C side going to be a long rotate when they've pushed down B. They've pushed out of double doors for a second, and they're moving off the A side. What? They're still moving. They're still going C. Let's go back to A. Thank you. Okay, eventually that read is made. But here's the problem. If you're overtime and you get hit by a Hunter's Fury, you then get followed up on by the showstopper, this can fall apart. Great trade on the ultimate because they're able to follow 𝗠ₛ𝐹ly. Here we go. Commit the ultimates. You've got to go for the showstopper at this point. Hunter's Fury doesn't find much. Side is lost. Pistols on the retake. Never going to look that good. And on range, Lava is actually traded. Ginny does so well to get that. And here, the showstopper can come through, but it hasn't been popped yet. I'm waiting for it. That's what can make the difference. 𝗠paranoia. Still no showstopper.
Remaining.
Oh, man. Peace with a sheriff, and that's the round just gone. Missed opportunity, Simo. Missed opportunity.
As we say in North America, saving it for the major. 𝗠ₛ𝐹ly going to have it now. As it available still, might be using it to gather some space early or use it in a retake. And like you highlighted, I almost would have loved to see that in combination with the 𝗠paranoia, right? You're your best bet is to try to drop it there, especially when you've got the height advantage. You're coming in from the top. It's going to reposition you in the middle of the air. You don't need a blast pack. You can use one if you want, but surprisingly for me, Scary at the top of the leaderboard matching 𝗠𝘀𝘀𝗖. 𝗠𝘀𝘀𝘀 definitely has been having an amazing performance, but I think for Scary, a lot of that came on the defensive half. He was doing a great job holding down sites, finding multi-kills of members from AAA coming in. 𝗠𝘀𝘀𝘀 has just had a great game overall, but Scary has just been that brick wall that Attack All Around just can't seem to break through.
That wall can be broken through right there. It's only made out of fire. You can run through that, no problem. Molly out to the left side, stops any push through. Okay, we've got a plant. We've got Scary dying while mid shadow step. Good nade from 𝗠𝘀𝘀𝘀. The retake here for Attack All Around, still dangerous. They have no idea about Juju's up to what they do now. That was an interesting decision to just spam through. He's going to drop down. You know Juju's. He's going to go aggressively. No, he waits. Okay, still gets the reward. And the flanker that's coming is about, just looking at my clock here, about 3 years too late. Jesus.
Is he though? Is he? He's got to defuse. Oh, shock dart. Oh, it chips him. It chips him. But he's spraying through. And now Juju's going to spray through. Shock dart will eventually be sent over again. It doesn't land onto Pinocchio's. Will he escape? He will.
Oh.
10-8. And it's going to be a soft buy for AAA. This could be 11-8. And Scary sight. We saw an even half, 6-6. Like we identified, once the gun round started to come through, overtime really sitting in a very comfortable spot. And if I'm going to be honest with you, when we started the day yesterday, I don't think you would have ever thought that overtime would be in the position to be in the grand finals, right? A lot of your predictions was surrounding Attack All Around and Todak, and here overtime is potentially in a 2-0 fashion, taking down one of the expected teams to move on to the grand finals, having a dominant performance for Attack All Around. Very, very interesting to see this team really glow up throughout this knockout stage part of the tournament.
𝗠𝘀𝘀𝘀 hears the steps. He knows they're coming, but he decided to swing. A brave move with a stinger, and with 3 players facing him, he couldn't get it done. Bloom's overheals. I'm a big fan of that. Doesn't get punished for it this time. Pinocchio's taken down by the shock darts. Great move. Spike gets planted. Scary's good to at least hold down one more. They're both tucked in the corner, though, and really easy to just trade them out, but Zeus swings in with a double, takes down Glooms, and then flicks up above to trade out his teammates. Really nicely done by Zeus. And he was quiet for the majority of this game, but right there, when it's needed, he steps up.
Yeah, that round was looking really rough for overtime as well. You had 𝗠𝘀𝘀𝘀 up in heaven, Glooms pushing forward with the Empress pop, so you know he finds a pick, he uses that to his advantage, but somehow, some way, Zeus, we didn't really get to see that. We were looking in the kind of like the free cam perspective of the site being hit. But nevertheless, let's pay attention to this round. This could be a huge moment for overtime, taking this into match point. And as I say that, the buddy system down long is going to find 3 picks, make it 4 across the map, down to 1 final player, and Attack All Around find some solace in the 9th round.
You know, it's something we don't see from too many teams. That super aggressive stance, considering the fact that it was such an important round. A loss in this was likely a loss in the tournament, right? You're going out in potentially 4th place, 3rd at best, but they came through. They had the confidence. And you got to believe in yourself, right? Believe in the heart of the cards, as a good friend of mine once said. But unfortunately, this time the cards don't go in the favor of overtime, but there's plenty more opportunities. That's the thing. They're not going to feel any stress. They're not going to feel any panic because they've got credits. They can invest into all the weapons, the utility that they want, and come right back and fight Attack All Around, who aren't in the healthiest of positions on, like, Glooms, but they should be able to buy, right, for the 2 rounds. If they were to lose 13-9, there would be 2 full buys. So it's not the easiest of roads back for overtime.
Two is all they need. 2 is all they need. And with a lot of ultimates available, really on both sides, I was about to say overtime, I'm going to have a great opportunity to use those ultimates to great succession. Hole towards the garage doors is going to be super important. 𝗠𝘀𝘁 finds 2. That's already the damage done. Of course, the run it back is going to be used to push up as far as it can. Going to end up teleporting back, but they might want to escape here. They got to worry about 𝗔𝗎, who's taking down the turret. Going to reposition as well. 3v3. Things have evened out. The battle has subsided. And I think to a certain extent, this definitely benefits the attack because this reset is actually a problem for AAA. They've all defaulted back to their sites. All overtime need is a great explosion onto this A site. Conga has to defend it for this round to be a success for them.
Camera taken out.
One player's up close, but he waits for the recon dart. The patience pays off as he gets the frag. But the problem for the attackers is that he got even more teammates did. Lava's left all by himself yet again till leave at 11-10. Attack all round. Well, they're not taking their foot off the gas pedal. As soon as they got it into first gear, they shifted all the way to whatever the highest one is. I don't drive. I don't know how that works. But for overtime, they know how winning works. And they're on their way.
This should do.
Super passive cages.
I mean, to be fair, in the defense of Conga, there are one-ways, but there's not a lot on Haven. I like to see some of those ciphers that play over towards the C site, the one-ways that you can do in the garage. Not really one-ways, but just cages to gather great information. Love to see it. On the A site, a little bit more difficult to be super powerful with those cages, especially in a one-way capacity. But for overtime, looking at how this hit might be on the A side, I think it really does boil down to Juju's popping off with this Blade Storm. It's a little bit of a tough spot in terms of the economy. Some of the members on overtime aren't going to have the greatest of buys, and hence why you're seeing the Blade Storm come through. But some of the ultimates we did see end up being used last round. There's still a lot on the table, and the Showstopper, I feel like that's been around since that eco round that we were saying it should have been used. Maybe it's been grabbed again. I don't quite recall, but oh, so close, but it's traded away. And the neural theft. Juju's gonna find an answer back. This might be the A side hit, but tackle around, a little afraid on where to go. Smoke gonna stop and up the sight line for 𝗔𝗎, and at least the plant will go down. BV3 retake with all members here.
There's the first, though, going to Juju's. Ultimate's still online, still popped. Can pull it out if he wants to, but happy with the Vandal for now. Looking for the sprays here. Oh, the Showstopper. Oh, he's taken down midair. 𝗠𝘀𝘁 out of the game. And attack all round might soon be following. 12-10. Overtime on match and series point. As attack all round. They're being pushed all the way. Look at, oh man. That's made me happy. 25, 20, 15, 10. It's going down in increments. 𝗔𝗎's ruined it, but you know what? I'm happy she doesn't have 5 kills. That would actually make me sad.
That's so funny. That's a once in a lifetime opportunity. You know? You're never gonna get to see that again. Increments of 5 for the frags. Unfortunately, that's not really going to matter when you don't make it to the grand finals. Still get a little bit in terms of the prize pool. 3rd and 4th, the only other possibility after losing this one. But if that's what you're happy about, you got to worry about this round in hand. Because 𝗔𝗎 playing close. Shots are starting to come through. Julius and Lava will find the first two, but Glooms comes up huge. We're swapping over to Conga's perspective as he's rotating over to the side. Spike is down, but it will get picked up. The smoke is only going to cover them for so long as it starts to dissipate. And now they'll start to push in. You hear that plant come through. That's going to be the paint shells. It's going to be unfortunate for Pinocchios and Zeus, as 𝗠𝘀𝘁, despite flashed, has the ability to get the job done. 1v2. Juju's. If there's anyone that's going to clutch this out, it's him. Player on logs, player behind the box, but it's 𝗠𝘀𝘁, time and time again. Has ruined those increments, but has really sent a lifeline to AAA.
Yeah, absolutely. He saw his team drowning. He picked up the big circle thingy, I don't know what it's, flotation device. There we go. He chucked that in the water. It's like a rope you have to untie or something first. I don't know. It seems too complicated. I always just walk by. Hopefully, they can swim, I tell myself. 12 to 11. We'll see if Attack All Around can swim, or if they're going to sink all the way to the bottom. This is their final opportunity to bring it to an overtime. They've done well so far. You can see in the timeline they're building up quite a lot of these rounds, but now no ultimates to play with. It's got to have to be just off of the raw ability alone. Some of their ults, though, have kind of just gone in the wind, like the showstopper. They just got sniped out of the air immediately. 𝗠𝘀𝘁 dangerously close to being shut down there. As soon as he put the drone down, as soon as he stepped back, those players swung out. They're giving away presence again. It's the Phoenix Jet combo moving in towards this A site. 𝗠𝘀𝘁 wisely avoids combat. I mean, he's the most valuable player on the team right now. He's the one... Was that intentional? I thought he meant to dash to the left with that. The nade is going to force Jet forward. A fight is issued, but 𝗔𝗢𝗖 wins it with a stinger. That's an upgraded weapon as well for overtime. The smokes go down. 𝗠𝘀𝘁, he maintains long control. He's going to look to cut these players off on the site. Here's the weapon being dropped. Gets the shot off. Swings back to default. Puts down another cage to give him some security. And this is so well handled after an opening duel lost.
All they needed was 2, and Attack All Around have climbed their way back through players like 𝗠𝘀𝘁 and 𝗠𝘀𝘁.
30 seconds left.
Sometimes ciphers are just so pesky on sites, able to do so much with so little. Tripwire is even still down, so even if this does get kind of a little hectic, you can at least expect some sort of benefits to come through. Plant's starting to come through, but does he expect a player to push the smoke? I don't think he did. He's the player. Now up here, Blooms. Shots are starting to come through, but he doesn't know where he is to jump in. Classic. Pop it on in, back to the smoke. Not even opting to reload. We're tied up. An overtime possibility for AAA, and this is exactly what they needed to carry themselves home. To take us to that third map. Take us to Ascent. Take us to Split.
12-12. Take us to Split. Hey, I'm down for that. I'm happy. If we're gonna go there, let's see Attack All Around take it. But they gotta get to 14 first. Whoever gets the 14 on the board, well, I suppose if it's 13-13, then it's 15. Whoever takes the 2-round lead. Basically, we're playing a game of tennis. Currently, we're on deuce. We'll see who gets the advantage. Swap over sides every single time. For those of you that don't know, you start in the attack, you play 1 round, then you're on defense, then you attack, then you defense, and guess what happens then? Then you're on attack, then you're on defense. We could go on that all day. Overtime. Moving in for a little bit of a C retake, I think. 𝗠𝘀𝘁 should back out. Yeah, good decision, but then for some reason you've also got Omen pushing forward. Communication was not on point for a second, but they've regrouped. They're in the right form, the right state of mind. 𝗠𝘀𝘁 tries to flank, gets one, but he's shut down. Now all the players on the C site. Scary. The shame is he's getting the kill, so his ult won't be online, or won't really be impactful when it does come online, but doesn't matter, because in absolute chaos, he gets the frags. Yeah, the thing is, for overtime in particular, 𝗠𝘂, this is where ult orbs play such a huge role. You get 2 kills in an ult orb, you're in the game. You're ready to frag out. Pop a showstopper or something like that. And again, a factor I think is going to be neglected.
Well, if we're going to be looking at that perspective, the attack definitely benefit from having that ult orb towards that C-long side. The defense benefit from the A-long side. But as we've seen, for some reason, they're allergic. Ult orbs don't even want to get anywhere near it. They break out in hives. Smoke going down. They can get it for free now. It's free. Okay. They'll use the owl drone. Oh, there's a player. But there's a player to the left. Top of the flat. They don't expect. It's the owl drone. They're spotted out. Wow! 𝗔𝗢𝗖. How do you hit those? Ginny got the jump. Now Ginny's in the grave. They rotate over towards the A side. And once again, 𝗠𝘀𝘁, I am asking for your defense. Can he hold the line? We're about to find out.
Conqueror, come on, he must be able to. This guy is a beast. You can see he's got, again, those passive cages for when they push onto site. The idea there being that if a Jet dashes, you'll still be able to catch her. But there's no Jet alive, and now there's no Lava either because he gets completely wrecked. Pulling it back to a 3v3 with that swing out from spawn. It gives away that there's 2 players towards the side, but they have no idea about the flank in play, and it's an easy 2-man spray. Well handled, well done by Ace. 13-13. Overtime number 2 is coming right up.
Overtime.
Yeah, there was a flank for both teams. Pinocchio's was coming through A-Link. Ace was coming down C-Long and wrapping around to catch them, rotating over towards the C site. There wasn't a lot of time left either. Now it's been reset. Overtime. Definitely feeling very comfortable on the defense. The retake on the C site last round was spectacular. This time, and to be fair, Overtime have consistently been playing very weak on the A side. A lot of that killjoy utility and even in some cases stacking towards that side. But these members that are holding on this A side have to be exceptionally careful because there's a lot of members of attack all around here. And they're very interested in getting this spike over here.
Kind of shots in the dark there with the shock darts. I suppose not shots. Shocks in the dart would be the better thing. No. Why was there no one swinging with him? Zeus able to get a double off of that before eventually Ginny grabs the trade. The paranoia goes through. No one's pushing on it. The defensive paranoias from Ginny have been unreal. Offensive, they've been useless for the most part. They've done very, very little to impress me.
You see, Overtime can actually hold this A site quite efficiently because they know all of that Killjoy utility is still set up over there. It hasn't been triggered. Killjoy is still alive, so none of it is nullified. And of course, based on how the C site's being played, very comfortable playing passive towards the C site. The utility's gone. Okay, let's play
30
retake.
seconds left.
So they're holding the B angle, they're holding the A angle. But I'd imagine once this B hit comes in, pay attention to Juju's. He's going to be wrapping around, going towards that window side, playing very Juju-esque. Can Scary at least hold the line. They've got the crossfire set up. Lava on one side. It's all down to Ginny. And unfortunately, Ginny from the block in a little bit of a world of hurt. But the peek through, he has no idea. Pinocchio swapping to the classic. Oh, baby. That dunk gonna be crispy.
He was so low as well. Ginny was so low, so even one bullet would have done it, but I think she got 3 to the head. So that'll definitely do you regardless of what health you're on. 14-13. This is... it's going to be one hell of a round for Attack All Round. They've held on. They've been fighting tooth and nail. But now, they're in a spot where if they want to be competing, they've got to win. If they want to be competing for the second or first place, getting through the finals, they've got to win this round. They've got to then get a 2-round lead afterwards when they've equalized it, then win the next map. That is a lot. A whole lot of win conditions. Whereas for overtime, they just got to win this. Or take the overtime eventually, or take the next one. There's so many things that can go right for them, and that's certainly one of them. Pinocchio's caught off guard, but Ginny again fails to win that duel. Man advantage now swings to overtime, but they're not fully looking in towards this site just yet. They took down an Omen, but they know there's at least one more player here, and now surely it's a C hit, because they've just opened it up completely.
Once that frag came in the courtyard, I don't know why Lava didn't react. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. It's all down to WannaFly. This is exactly who I want in this scenario. If he can find several 1v1s, that's going to be the first one that he finds. But they get that spike, they get out of dodge, and now head over towards the A site. So for the retake scenario for WannaFly, this is going to be very difficult. Once again, you can still find these individual 1v1s, and you can expect him to win it. One more, and he gets the showstopper. So imagine if he had an ult or
True. Very true, Simo. Showstopper 1v2 could be the difference maker, but it's not. Because I think 2 ult orbs have been taken in this whole game. That's where we're at. WannaFly, he's swinging out. He's looking for the kills. He's spotted. They know exactly where he is. He still has a nade to work with. He might not even get to deploy it, though. He's being peeked, holding the pixel angle while reloading, and that is much to his dismay, the end of the game. 15-13. WannaFly has to be the MVP there. That dude played insanely well, but at the end of the day, we now say goodbye to the only other team that came into this tournament as a favorite to make it through. Attack All Round are gone alongside AHQ, Team SMG, and Myth.Attitude. Again, showing the depth that this region has.
You know, I don't want to take too much time harping on Attack All Around. I just think there are some things that can be ironed out, specifically some of the utility usage pieces, like you highlighted, grabbing those ult orbs to have more impact with your ultimate. They weren't running a Phoenix, but really the Raze and the Reyna could have benefited so much from having multiple showstoppers and multiple Empresses throughout the duration of the entire match. I feel like I only saw a showstopper once or twice from 𝗠𝘀𝘀, when I feel like it could have been a lot more, especially as he held on to it consistently. But for the most part, Overtime definitely deserved that win. And we even saw yesterday how 𝗠𝘀𝘀𝘁 and Juju, maybe less strategically so, and maybe more so skillfully so, just consistently take challenges, consistently take duels. They don't really care. They play as a phenomenal buddy system. There isn't a lot of strategy behind it. They just kind of go in, they get the job done, they do the dirty work, and it kind of works out, kind of pans out. So congratulations to them to moving on to the grand finals. But let's have a look at that stat breakdown, see really how impactful was 𝗠𝘀𝘀 in this match.
Look at that, the 30 bomb, the much coveted scoreline. We don't see that all too much, but Scary wasn't far behind with 27 on the board. Really, for 𝗠𝘀𝘀, you know, I feel bad for him, man. And you drop that kind of performance and you lose out the game, it's a big feels bad, especially as he wasn't getting any kind of late round exit frags or anything like that. Like, the kills he had were mid or early round. They were impactful, but not impactful enough. 15-13 as they go out of the tournament. And you got to look at the first bloods as well. I'm sure we'll have the graphic in the next screen. But again, I guess to nobody's surprise, it's Juju's leading the charge on those.
Yeah, but 𝗠𝘀𝘀𝘁's not too far behind. 4 out of course, Juju's is 6. But yeah, man, 𝗠𝘀𝘀𝘁 just feels so bad. He's probably the most hurt on the team, having such a phenomenal performance. But I got to give a little bit of credit to Scary, despite Juju's and 𝗠𝘀𝘀𝘁's doing exactly what they, set up in the game plan. All right, we're 2 duelists. What are we going to go do? We're going to go duel. Let's keep dueling. Let's do what duelists do. But Scary really having an even better performance, 27 frags to him and to his name over Juju's and 𝗠𝘀𝘀𝘁's. Really solid performance, especially on the defensive half, holding down that C site. Looking at the bracket, of course, Overtime will move on and have the opportunity to be your coveted AOC Masters Tournament champions, but not without a fight. Alter Ego and Brent Esports will be coming up after, of course, a short break, but I'm really excited for that matchup. That one should go the distance.
Yeah, I think Alter Ego versus Brent is probably going to be a 3-mapper based on what we saw yesterday. Brand versus SMG, they demolished them. There was a fight there for sure, but Alter Ego have taken down the giants of the region. So regardless of who you're here to support, or even if you missed one of the games yesterday, you have to just look at those results and say, it's impossible to call. I don't have a favorite in that game. I'm just happy that we're going to get to see 3 maps. Both teams we've seen in the past taking out split. So there's a chance we'll get the best map in the pool and hopefully avoid ascent altogether. That's my Christmas wish.
Well, let's hope that we can get it. Of course, I'm even feeling to a certain degree that this semifinal kind of feels like a grand final. Like these are 2 really solid teams. I was really impressed with the performance that they showed. And sometimes this is one of those things that happens. The playoff bracket just kind of favors one side or the other. There's no way to really truly balance it all around. And especially in a game like Valorant, we're seeing in EU, we're seeing in NA. We're not really seeing it so much in Korea. But for the most part, in NA and EU and a few various other regions, anyone can win at any day. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw to a quick little break. When we come back, we've got your next and last semi-final match of the day. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back after this.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
No more. Enemy down. Gotta move. Stay down.
One enemy remaining. Attackers win. One enemy remaining. Left. One enemy remaining. Planted. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Now for
30 seconds. Standing. One enemy remaining.
no more.
One enemy remaining. Attackers win.
Let's build a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine. build a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine. Let's build a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine. build a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a built a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine.
Hello, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to roll with the final game of the day and the final semifinal between Alter Ego and Bren Esports. My name is Mitch. With me is Simo, and we're going to be taking you through this wonderful best of three that is probably going to go to all three maps. I'm excited for this one, Simo. How are you feeling?
I'm pumped. Yesterday, Alter Ego's victory over AHQ was so shocking, so surprising, and then to follow up Bren, not the favorite in that matchup either, taking down SMG in a 2-0 fashion. If we see a 2-0 here, I still expect a very competitive matchup, right? It's going to be like 13-10, 13-11 if it does manage to be a 2-0, but it just doesn't seem possible. These two teams are so good. You've got players like 𝗏𝗀 on Bren, who just does such a phenomenal job on the entrying for the team, and of course on the opposite side, frostmine, a solid Cypher, but 𝗏𝗀𝗀𝒐𝒽. Can't wait to see this guy play on the Jet as well. We saw a lot of that action yesterday. But overall, Mitch, this is going to be a banger.
It absolutely is. I mean, there's no easier way to say it. You had the games yesterday. SMG, AHQ, both eliminated by these teams respectively. I'm excited to see exactly what they're going to be able to bring to the table, because for Alter Ego, Sure, we saw them win the series, but both maps were super, super close. We saw the Jet play come into effect, but more exciting for me, the Brimstones. The Brimstones were pulled out in full force by them, and when we looked over towards Bren, they weren't quite as willing to do that, but they did have a Phoenix that even I complimented, which is very, very unique. They should wear that with a badge of honor. I think we're going to be jumping into the match info, taking a look at the teams in depth that we're seeing on our screens. We started out with 2-0 win for Overtime Esports versus Attack All Round, and now we are here, as we said, with Alter Ego versus Bren for one hell of a best of 3 to close the day out.
Yeah, this is going to be, I mean, you're going to hear the word banger a lot, but let's have a look at the rosters, of course. Bottle, 𝗏𝗏𝗏, Frizz, 𝗏𝒔𝒻, and Frostmind. 𝗏𝒔𝒻, solid job yesterday, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 as well. Just a solid roster here on their Alter Ego side. On the opposite, for Bren, have a look at Dubstep, have a look at 𝗏𝒏𝒄𝐻. These guys play in tandem with one another. And then you've got great supportive players in 𝗏𝒐, Ching, and Dispenser. Especially Dispenser, I believe, on the Cypher yesterday, doing a solid job anchoring the sites on the defensive side and playing Lurk on the offensive side. Looking at the map selection here coming in, Bren will have first pick, and they will pick Haven to start. Very interesting to see that, of course, how that pans out for them, what the rest of the map pool looks like. But we're going to be starting on Haven first. We just were on Haven, but I know Mitch, he's itching. One of those two maps, it's got to be split.
It's got to be, surely, between these two teams. I'm hoping for it, at least. We did see Haven and Bind yesterday for AHQ versus Alter Ego. Both of those maps chosen by AHQ, though. And then SMG versus Bren. Again, the same story. Both maps chosen by their opposition, Ascent and Bind, in which Bren absolutely demolished. Now, am I seeing correctly? Is to Bottle on Haven gonna be pulling out a Sage? Surely not.
Possible. Anything is possible in the AOC master. Crazy things, especially not expecting the Brimstone to come in whatsoever, and yet we saw plenty of it yesterday throughout the quarterfinal. Looking on the opposite side, pretty standard selection for Bren Esports. Dubstep and 𝗏𝒏𝒄𝐻 will be working in tandem, similar to how the prior matchup of the other Jet and Phoenix on the winning team also did a great job of that last time. It is going to be the Sage. We'll see how that gets played out. Haven used to be kind of Sage's kingdom. Those B executes where you'd put up the wall, plan on the opposite side, and then just disperse. We'll see how that's used here. It can be used effectively in the garage. Can be used effectively to choke point the B plant. Not as effective on the A side, but those slow orbs still can be deadly. But overall, we'll still see the Sage come through.
𝗏𝒏𝒄𝐻 on the Phoenix, the man that I have complimented. I don't think I'm probably the first one that I've actually given a compliment to, but I've enjoyed his Phoenix play. I think he's really instrumental in getting into sites and taking those more aggressive stances, and we'll see that on the attacking side, which is where they'll begin. Still, in general, I'm not won over. He's still on the bottom tier for me, but as I said, sometimes it's just players that these kind of playstyles suit. And we're seeing their best map for Alter Ego being split. Let's hope, then, that we're going to see a little bit of... that we're going to see a win for Bren, so we get to see split. I'm rooting for Bren. Let's go! So I want to see split right afterwards. Players to watch. Let me more. That's what he's saying, because he's taking all the kills. He wants more. And 𝗏𝒏𝒄𝐻 on the other side, as we said, the Phoenix extraordinaire.
It's interesting to see Split and Bind be the best map, and yet the first map we're going to is Haven. Looking at some of those statistics, Haven, one of the best win rates here. I'm assuming they just want to get a certain map out of the way. But wouldn't you want to go to Bind, where you're feeling the best? Maybe we'll have to see what this map looks like and what they have in store. An aggressive push from Alter Ego to kick us off down through the courtyard, and the A site is wide open due to some of the antics in the courtyard. Now it's going to have to be a 5-player retake, but there's 4 players remaining for Bren on this pistol.
Spike plant goes down, as you said, only 4 to defend it, but for Alter Ego, they've still got to find access. They've got to get in And the drone coming through, spotted one in spawn. Not really the best of information. It does delay them, and even more so, the hot hands come in to do the same. Recon dart, again, just feeding info. That spawn is very difficult to push through. The jet push, it manages to get one. The shutdown by Brendo right after. They absolutely annihilate 𝗔𝗢𝗖. He went undetected for a split second, but as soon as he came out of his cloudburst, he was dealt with.
You were also looking at 𝗔𝗢𝗖 flanking around. One of the players that was still caught up in that courtyard mayhem stuck around and decided to rotate over after that spike was planted on the A side. So an opportunity for mayhem. Unfortunately, it's not enough. Does get two-piece, but it's 𝗏𝗀𝗀 and 𝗔𝗎cy that survive and carry the torch on for the rest of the team. Looking at this round, it should be, of course, Brand Esports in the hand. But one of the things that I like pointing out is players that buy SMGs and players that don't buy anything, like Dubstep here, and players that buy the Vandal. You want to carry that over. If that falls in the wrong hands, you are not going to be happy about that very expensive purchase in round 2.
𝗏𝗀𝗀, the confidence. This is one thing that Phoenix is going to bring you, the ability to just get up in your opponent's faces so quickly. Dubstep, he dashed but didn't realize there was a ledge down below him, the window being his undoing. That is only going to be a ghost picked up. So it's not the biggest of upgrades, but still losing a player, losing the armor. Shock darts in for another. At least it's Frostmind falling over on the alter ego side to even up the numbers a little bit.
And that ledge feeling like Fall Guys just wiping out completely over the ledge. Looking at, of course, now the push in starting to come through the defense, really not having the weaponry to deal with the offensive prowess of Brand Esports. A little to go off of. The 2 rounds have felt very strong from Brand. Yeah, it's just a pistol. Yeah, it's of course, the anti-eco there. But for Alter Ego, this is where the momentum's either going to feel really good or really, really bad. We're going to find out. They set up their defense and have their anchor towards the A side, and the rest of the players playing a little bit more active around the courtyard and the C side defense.
So one of the big things about Sage when we spoke to some of the pro... Actually, I'll come back to the point because I feel like Brand... They're spread out, so typically this shouldn't be a push, but look at that. Dispenser, he goes through the smoke and he waits to try and catch Lemmy more off. Little did he know he was against the player to watch on the alter ego side. Again, aggression coming through short and long whilst they have a player lurking out in middle and outside of C. For me, this does not look like a position where you want to be pushing. And yet, they're looking for these fights one at a time. The key word, the buzzword I'll give you here is trades. Not a single one of these. But the spike is on the site, and they haven't even got a second player close by. If someone was hiding behind it, that spike would be dropped, and the round would be easily won. I mean, this is ludicrous, honestly, from Brand. But somehow it's worked out. They've even got the kill on the flank.
How did that camera get in there? They heard it, and it even gets a free tag to bottle. Slow orb coming through. That's going to be the defense dropping down. Frostmine with the first. But it's still feeling like it's possible here for Brand. Wall goes up, diffuse starting to come through. They need to push in, they need to get active. The bottle's gonna fall, still it's being diffused, but as they start to funnel in, it's 𝗔𝗎𝗎. The diffuse ends up finishing the deal, but they've done so much damage on the side of Brand Esports. 3 players down, and it could have been a thrifty win as well. Or rather, not a thrifty win, but, you know, the good bonus round going into the favor of Alter Ego. The damage has been done, and this should be a little bit more of an even round for both teams.
Keep up.
Sage hold for A. Not versus a breach as well is sort of the key thing. Like when we talk to some of the pro teams about why. Oh, hold on. This is going to be a fight up close. The support there as well. Oh, 𝗔𝗎𝗖𝗠 swings, catches the frag. He is traded on. But that's it's worthwhile with the weaker weapons, really. It's a good Spectre opening.
Deploying drone.
Tell me about breach.
Out of charges.
I'm gonna let you finish your thought. You were there. You were getting there. I'm gonna let you get there.
Thank you, thank you. So yeah, the thing with Breach, the thing with Sage more particularly is that players have described her as being a good agent for. I thought that was a double shock dart, but they missed it. For countering Breach, because you've got your slow orbs, you've got your wall. Like if they execute in, if they stun, they flash, you can use that to completely slow down these faster executes, especially if it's a Breach Brimstone comp. Looking at the likes of Bind. Now the issue you have in here is that I don't see what Sage is directly countering. Therefore, Sage is basically being used as map control, but towards a long, not the strongest position,
30 seconds
even
left.
slightly, especially when you got Jet playing middle. I'd much rather those players swap position. And then the other side of it is you need to find kills because you're basically being used for your ultimate as well.
Huntress Fury coming through. So far, the defense has managed to hold at least a couple of players down, but Ching will find at least the refrag. Not much time left. The Spike's got to get down, and Ching is just trying to hold the line. They know where the last player is. Spike is being planted. This is the opportunity to push in, but he's only got 30 HP. Does he realize it? He does! The last second, but 𝗠_𝗏𝗄 having the jump onto 𝗏𝗏𝗏. That's going to be the second round conversion for Alter Ego, something that they were desperately trying to claw their way back in through. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 flashes from the shadows. Tied up 2-2. Brent Esports definitely going to be kicking themselves about this one, but they've got a Blade Storm here if they don't want Dubstep to purchase, if they want to save that economy, and they can partner that up with the run it back if they want and create a deadly duelist duo. Maybe get an execute on that A site and take down the anchor Frostmind. As the defense is really just taking their sweet time, Dubstep's going to be a huge problem, especially if he goes in check. Now they're starting to come through. He needs to start to go up and over. Frostmind and Berserks are going to find two. It's traded away down to the Jet, of course. And here's going to be that updraft play that we normally like to see. But unfortunately, the smoke's going to cover it. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 from down below. What a retake from Alter Ego. Unfortunately, Berserks couldn't get there fast enough. And, or sorry, Dubstep couldn't get there fast enough. And unfortunately, the post-plant scenario for Brent just can't hold sight.
3-2. 3-2. I feel like for Alter Ego, now that they've got everything online, that they've forced out, like, you can look at the last round as a huge win. Not only because, I mean, you won, but you forced the run it back. You forced the Blade Storm. Now you've got ult advantage as well. This is a round that they should 100% be coming out on top in. I could see them going for some early aggression, potentially, but, well, actually, 𝗏𝗏𝗏's the one doing it straight down middle, and he jumped to the right. He could have made it around the left corner, but he jumped to the right, so he was in the open. A blind evidently confused the hell out of him. And with that, an opening duel for Bren. This is where you're going to have to commit the ultimates now. I did say 𝗏𝗏𝗏, though, is going to be used for the ult, mainly.
Exactly
And you can see that in the fact that he's the one getting aggressive to try and find those opening duels.
Speaking of opening duels, I think it's important to highlight for the past 3 rounds in a row, Bren have successfully won the opening duel 3 rounds in a row, despite Alter Ego eventually winning. I feel like the past 3 rounds, or at least the past 2 out of the 3. The point being is that Bren have done a great job of finding the first bloods, and I'm imagining they'll likely be at the end of the day, the list on the list for first bloods here. But Hunter's Fury will trade out a player. Paranoia comes through, and it's a little bit of an awkward one. It actually ends up paranoiing Berserks as he enters the site, which is not something you want to happen, but still, this retake is just frag after frag. Dubstep with the op is not going to be enough to get the job done. And despite these first bloods going to Bren's opening picks, it seems like the retake on this A side has been working out quite well. So what I'm expecting, Mitch, moving into this next one, don't hit A again. These retakes are working out just way too well for Alter Ego, despite some weird paranoias that hit their own teammates and utility maybe not being quite there. They're just winning the duels back into the site.
They're really good at playing those retakes, especially in from heaven. It seems like they're just getting so many of those fights, as you're saying. The high ground is in their favor, and they know how to use it. It's over, Anakin. But it's not over for Darth Vader, because he's returning in the latest Obi-Wan Kenobi spin-off series. I'm super excited for that, as I said yesterday, and I'll be saying it every day until it comes out. Let's go. Hello there.
I just feel like you're like a running ad, you know? I just feel like you're like reciting copy like at the drop of a button, even though I don't think the Mandalorian would ever, or like anything Star Wars related would ever sponsor a Riot game, or vice versa. But Fortnite would. Fortnite would gladly. 𝗔𝗢𝗖 will gladly take the heel, finding that opening duel onto Bren. Finally, the revenge of the Sith comes in. First blood comes into the hand of Alter Ego, and Bren will back away, look towards a potential seaside hit.
Having found that opening duel is a good thing, but in some instances, it can be a double-sided, I would say sword, but let's say lightsaber. Because you're in this position where you now think it's A, right? You have to play, I guess, there's two minds about it. You can play passive or you can go in aggressive to find some info. Eventually, though, info is going to be necessary. And pushing forward, you don't want to run into their team. But here we go. The shoulder spotted. Lemon Moore hops out of paranoia. He's going to get out of there. But that tag that came in through the wall stopped him, left him inside of the hot hands. And it's huge. Absolutely huge. But in the end, that one kill is all that they'll get. Berserk, I thought he had his knife out there. He pulls the Vandal out just in time and finishes it off with the kill. Only one player lost. Pretty good round for Alter Ego, all things considered, and they are definitely looking like the cleaner team at the moment with a 5-2 lead.
You would be correct. You would be correct. Looking at, unfortunately for Alter Ego, looking at their statistics, I'd imagine this game being so new, sometimes you don't have access to all of the different tournaments that a team has played in, especially during the beta days. But some of the more recent statistics, Alter Ego only have 2 maps on Haven. They've been playing a lot of Split. Yeah. They've been playing a lot of Ascent. Even a little bit of Icebox. In fact, they've got just as many amount of games on Haven as they do on Icebox in their tournament competitive matches. Anyways, point being, they're much better on the attack in the wins that they have. And yet, here they are, 5-2, doing phenomenal on the retake scenarios, which Bren just can't get a hold on those post-plan scenarios. And this is one of those things where I feel like you could, especially if you hit this C effectively, which is not where they're going to end up, but you can plant for long and just wait till the cows come home and really threaten the defense in the retake, which is what they need. They need some sort of threat. They hit the A site to get into post-plant, they lose. And especially with an off angle like this with Crossmine, are they expecting it? He only trades it out, which is ultimately the best case scenario for Bren.
Shot after shot being hit by Fritz Natz. He is Nazi. Nasty, what I was going for there,
yeah.
But that came out wrong. Yeah. Let's move on from that one very quickly. Shouldn't have tried to pronounce it like his name said. Updrafts come into play, not quite finding anybody down below. And with that, Berserk's all alone. That was a very quick dealing, but hold on. He's made it to the site, 2 players low. Right click doesn't work. Oh, that's a shame. And it was only the one player that had full HP. I think he actually lit him down half HP as well.
Bren finally hold a post plan after a 5-round drought. Locust Swarm has passed and the fruits are fruitful. The farm is plenty. They now have an opportunity to turn things back around. Looking at the economy, of course, Alter Ego sitting pretty, especially Berserk's 5K on the money. He's going to obviously buy down for Frizz, who will have that op. So loss bonus is definitely going to hurt. The reset here 𝗔𝗢𝗎 and company, but on the opposite side, they're also hurting a little bit, especially after losing 5 in a row. The economy feels like it's being reset as we speak, and what that means for us is somebody's going to go down to an eco momentarily. It all boils down, of course, to this first initial pick. Jesse's going to find Frizz with the Hunter's Fury. Just like that, opening pick once again going to Brad.
They've got the opening frag, looking to get it a little bit further. I mean, there was the trade back, but dubstep onto lemmy, that aggression down through double doors, not paying off. The Reaver Vandal, we seem to be hearing the kill sound for that so many times. Jesse Vash, what happened there? Everybody else is falling back. They're pulling away, looking for A, but Jesse, he wanted to take that duel out in the open, and, well, he's been punished for it. It's under the Sage as well, so even if he managed to get damage, he can just heal himself back up with some of the armor. They'll really tickle off of him. The ultimate pop, 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗧. Going all the way up to spawn, breaks the tripwire, closes the distance. Good crossfire, but it gives the info. 2 players there, and they're the final 2 after the back being watched. Cut off to 𝗠𝘀𝘁. It ain't looking too good here for Alter Ego getting back in. They've been the kings of the retake, but not in this round. Not with low HP and an operator.
They needed 𝗠𝗏𝗏 to come up huge in the flank, right? But when dubstep's posted up with the op, there's only so much you can get done, right? So we're gonna be tied up 5-4. Not tied up, but sorry, apologies. 5-4 after this one. Brent slowly catching up. For a map like Haven, it does tend to favor the attack. So the fact that Alter Ego have really managed to find such a comfy start, all they really need is one more to kind of nullify things here. A nice angle being held by Berserk's. Ching just walks up like it's his own coffee shop there. He owns the place. He runs the place. But so does Frostmine. He's also co-owner, co-founder. Finds 2 picks there in the garden, and that's going to nullify some of that economy. Yeah, you see 𝗔𝗎𝗎 having to buy down to an Ares. That does not feel good.
I mean, he's playing double doors, so the spam is always possible. The only problem is you've such limited ammunition with an Ares. The only time I see it is really working for spams is when you're playing a Sova and you're like Ascent, B site, because you're not going to blindly fire, right? Like you're seeing there, through the double doors, there was blind fire, just random spray, start of the round. The weapon's still usable in late round, but definitely requires you to be much more stuck in the mud, much more static than some of the others. He's actually going into the re-peek in towards double doors. Camera went in, Dispenser spotted him. Yeah, that didn't quite land. There's still a gap from the playoff. So they decided to just go full mid. One waiting outside of the double doors in case a push comes through. Good spot. No shot on the operator, but 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗧 there to find the trade. Still, wall goes up. There's no flashes left. Otherwise, you probably would have went through that. They'll just took away on the back of the site. The molly down just in time to stop any sort of re-aggression. And that was a shot, not through the smoke, actually, just as the wall fell. That allowed for the man advantage to sit pretty with Bren, but they're only by 1.
Long player gets tagged. That's going to help out. Frizz, fortunately, not anticipating that updraft. Goes up. But what goes up must come down. Lurk can't capitalize on injured 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗏 back site. 5-5's scoreline here, and it's going to be an awkward buy for Alter Ego, but they want a full buy in the last round. So a couple of ultimates likely going to be carried through to that point as well. Berserk 2 away, 2 ult orbs, and he can find himself a Blade Storm in that last round if he wants. Same as 𝗔𝗎𝗎. We'll see what they prioritize, if they even do. A region that doesn't pick up ult orbs probably means that we won't get to see that type of focus, but an eco round means you can kind of let your hair down and you're seeing 3 members in the courtyard, and 𝗔𝗎𝗎 finds success with 𝗔𝗏𝗏 pushing up through the window as he gets tagged, so he'll have to back away.
And 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗎's entries are just looking way too strong, and the amount of times he has this ultimate online really provides the value that you would be expecting of a Phoenix. Again, he's one of those agents that if you're playing him or Reyna, to an extent Jett, although it does depend on team comms, like she can bring value to your executes, but for Phoenix and Reyna in particular, there is no excuse. If you're middle to bottom of the scoreboard, you're not doing your job. You're causing problems. Whereas if you're going to step back into a breach, you can still have that bad game. You can be bottom fragging, but you can still be one of the most valuable, or if not the most valuable player on your team. So that's why I don't like these duelists. Is everyone has bad games, right? You just lose more than you gain. But for 𝗠𝘀𝘀𝗀, he doesn't appear to be covered by that rule. This guy only seems to frag.
Deep breath.
Five-point spread to start us out here for Bren. We're looking at this first initial op duel peak. Going to be coming in for Dubstep. Sees the shoulder as Frizz nasty. Dubstep has been getting the better of alter ego players all around the map, round after round. But this is one of the first times we've seen him fall. Of course, there is no Sage on the side of Bren Esports, but they can only try to recuperate that op. And you're seeing 𝗠𝘀𝘀𝗀 on the opposite side.
Revealing area.
Frizz will get smoked off, recon bolt to see who's on the opposite side, and it will tag to huge information for Alter Ego. They can play off that, see what they do to do so.
Surprised he didn't stick around and try and spam through the smoke. The recon did confirm that the players were there, so you have big information, even if they don't capitalize off a wallbang or a smoke spam. Frizz waiting for the peek, gets it. There's the frag, swings out to try and trade his teammate, and Frizz is huge. It's all down to 𝗠𝘀𝘀𝗀. He's got a 1v4 to win. It ain't looking too likely. Flash around the corner. He's pushed Frizz back, but posted up yet again, and 4K
Wow.
is how we close out the half. What a half from Frizz on that operator. He's just been a
Switching
pleasure to
sides.
watch.
Yeah, one of the things that I think is so amazing about this game is that, well, at least in NA, and to be fair to a certain degree, something that we're used to on some teams in EU, that when you have an op player, for some reason, you pigeonhole them into a jet role. It doesn't always have to be the case. While it is helpful, because if you miss the initial shot, you can tail into safety, but I've seen an Omen op players, specifically looking at Envy and 𝗠𝘀𝘀𝗀, sometimes playing the op on the Omen, on whatever map they do kind of play a different jet role. And in this case, Frizz, you know, the agent selection knows no bounds to what weapon you want to play and how you want to play it effectively. So amazing to see him kind of break out of those agent roles that are a little bit defined in terms of the op, and if he brings it out here on the attack. A little less likely, but now the engagement occurs. Berserk's going to find the first one. He's going to find the second as well. It's going to be a great opening round on the pistol for Alter Ego.
Kill after kill, swinging into Alter Ego's favor. The side is theirs, 2v5. Very little way they lose this round. They've even got a Sage up to heal their jet
Spike planted.
once that spike is planted. Or if they already used the heal. Yes, they have. Either way. Man advantages are aplenty, so losing this round is next to impossible. The wall goes up, but they break through it and just go for the frags, closing it out, only losing one player. So close to being flawless. Also, important little note, you notice Sage was the one running forward that was actually entering there. On a pistol, especially, that's very important, because she wants to be finding the kills in the early game, so that coming into a round like this where they're on a bonus, you can be even closer to getting your ultimate. What can also help that is picking up ult orbs, but I don't know how much we'll see that focused on the attacking side. For me, like, what you'll actually see a lot of teams do, especially ones with Sage, is play slow at this point, have somebody go C, smoke off C long, have two players there, one covers, one picks up the ult orb, especially with a Sage, so that Sage would now be on 4 out of 7. Then you already have players taking over A, you get long, you smoke or wall it off, you pick up the orb, now you're 1 kill away from your ult. And if things do start to spiral out of control, everything's good, because you've got that ultimate online. But we don't see that same level of planning, I guess.
Yeah, even recon bolt finding out all of those players around a lobby, that could have been shot out, you know, that could have been planned for, but it still managed to tag a couple players out. Still, Bren not over-rotating, not over-committing, and that might cost them a little bit, especially on this eco, and they could have rushed on over towards the A site to support the very lonely Jessie 𝗏𝗏. 2 players will die to the lurk, 2 players remain, sorry, to the counter flank. 𝗠𝘀𝘀𝗀, oh, getting close. One more shell is all you need, and unfortunately not enough damage to 𝗏𝗎 gets taken down to 54. A flawless is not how you want to finish the bonus round, let me tell you, because they will have such a good economy moving into the 4th round, which is normally you see kind of like 2 players die. Like on average, if you were to guess how many players are going to die on the 2nd round conversion, it's usually 2. Because trades happen, you get on site, you get spike planted, retake, blah, 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 blah. But the fact that they managed to keep everything, that's definitely got to hurt a little bit.
Down go the cages, and it's time to get a rolling. The barriers are up. 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗍 are looking towards the A site very favorably. You saw the spike go down last round. It was planted by the Sage, so she did get an ult charge out of it, but the ult orb was also still on A long. Nobody picked it up. Nobody wanted it. She's now just 2 away from getting her ulti. Wall goes up. We'll go in for the plants, and then 1 kill later, a res is possible. And they might need that res very quickly indeed. Plant down. Here's at least the start. Probably won't see it committed to in this round unless they find 2 kills. Then they can go in hard for it. Sage is being spotted underneath heaven. There's a flash in the hands of 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗍. Only the one. It doesn't go wide enough. And they don't push out off of it. They're instead letting the drone go first. Dispenser dealt with.
Wow.
And what is going on? Down went to bottle.
Wow.
But Frostmines picked up 3. That is ridiculous.
Holy smokes. You thought that they had the retake set up there for Bren. You had 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗍 ready with the flash, and they knew exactly where they were too. The recon bolt gave them all the information that they needed. They had a player behind the box, ready to swing for yellow. They had Sage down in towards Hell. I don't know if a 3rd player was tagged, but you even had Dubstep on the flank, coming in from the long side to help support Bren's push back into the site. But somehow, some way, Frostmine. Oh, man. 3K finds the upgrade on the ground. Turns it into a very scary sight for Bren. This is a possible 10-6, Mitch. A great way to catapult the 2nd half. And remember, we saw the bonus go flawless. So they have so much money in the bank.
The res as well in play for 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗍. Even if they do lose the player, they can get him back up. Not in that position, so Berserk just fall back down. But he's gotten a kill first, a 5v2. Bren falling apart at the seams here.
Revealing area.
Recon through. It's not going to spot the player, but it does give away his position as he destroys it. Berserk now looking to take this guy down. Sova still known to be up close. They don't want to fully push it because they know they're against pistols. You don't want to give them a free weapon, obviously.
Yeah. Spencer still finds 1. Those shots ringing true. This 1 will fall. Oh, still 1 more looking to die on the spike himself, but now, of course, we'll see 3 members survive for 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗍. 10-6. This is a very important round for Bren. You lose this momentum, you find yourself in a position looking down a potential loss of map number 1. A map that Bren Esports ended up picking. Not something I think we had originally expected, considering they were the ones that picked this map. 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗍 is the one that isn't very, at least, practiced in terms of tournament records on this map. And they're very happy to take this to bind, split, or ascent. Very, very happy, because those maps are so successful for this 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗍. So this round has huge implications for the rest of this map. And it does boil down to how Bren are going to play it. Running back available for 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗍, and he's in such a deep spot.
This would be perfect. If he pops it now and rushes forward, the problem is that someone could kill it and then rush in and kill him. He'll wait until the A side is actually being overtaken, which is now all the players are here. They're starting to barrel forward. 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗍 on his way up behind. The big flank coming into play. Wall off and spawn. Stops them peeking. Heaven as well. Smoked out. Spams are going down. But look at this. Look at short. 2 players are going back to watch the flank. So 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗍 will be quite happy that he's gone to his teammates. This means he can actually use his ult to entry for them. Because if you do it behind, again, that problem is always there. What if someone's hiding in the corner, kills your ult, and then comes and kills you as you respawn?
Here.
Come on, let's go.
Excuse me. I think I'm dying.
Well, you also might think that Alter Ego is dying. Running back's not going to help entry the site. The team is starting to push in. Frostmine with the flank. He's coming in from behind. They'll still spray him in. It's the sandwich. An Oreo cookie right in the middle. Takes them all apart. Alter Ego take this 11-6. Wait, or do they? Yeah, they do. They do. They're fine. 11-6. Solid work from Alter Ego.
Oh, bro, do you ever swallow and it's just exactly into your lungs? That's what's just happened to me. Oh,
Very
it was so horrible.
Very, very unfortunate. I wish you a speedy recovery.
Thank you. Woo.
Hope things end up for the better.
I do. So what I was going to lead to before I started to die was that 𝗏𝗀𝗀 with the ult, I wasn't sure they were going to go for it because they were locked out. Time was pretty low at that point. 5v5, no real access in, but they still ran, and that's the problem, right? They lose a lot. They lose their ult. They lose the site. They lose the round, and with this, they just might lose the game. It's a 5 versus 3 as C gets completely overrun. Again, the dash straight up through C provides them so much value. After finding that opening, they knew where all their opposition were. This flank is known to be coming through. 𝗏𝗀𝗀 surely wastes a flash on this one. If he still has any left, he should do. And there you go. He catches Frostmine. Now got the flank play. They're waiting for it. Really good anti-flash by Frizz, but 𝗔𝗏𝗏 had it covered as well. And with 𝗔𝗢𝗖 all by himself. What was that, Let Me More? That was a play. You know, I've seen that done before when you're trying to bait so your teammates can run through and kill him, but I don't quite know what he was leading to.
Okay. Not enough time, though. But can he? He can! Holy smokes! Not like it matters, but wow. It matters in his heart. It matters in his heart.
Exactly. Well, correct me if I'm wrong. He just used his ult, right? So he's just gotten all those charges back up. He's 4 out of 7 because he was able to grab himself all those frags. So it does actually provide some value. Although the same can be said for his opposition, who a lot of those players that died are now one step closer. But the Hunter's Fury could be something that helps them out, being as they don't have any other ultimates that are kind of impactful online. You know, I wouldn't really consider Cypher or Omen's ultimates to be something that are round-changing the majority of the time. They help, but they don't single-handedly win, whereas something like Run It Back can get you a site for free, and the impact of that is absolutely massive a lot of the time.
Potentially the last and final round of regulation here, Mitch. Just a good old-fashioned B beta hit. Wall on the left, or a wall on the right. They're opting in for the wall on the left. Plant down, smokes down, funnel out. But 𝗏𝗀𝗀, he knows this. He's been playing since beta. Comes in with the flank. 2 players coming in from the garage side. Frostmine trying to find some value, pushing forward. But now it's down to the 3v5 and make it a 2v5 as members are falling apart. 𝗏𝗏𝗏's going to give the information where they need it. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 will answer back, but there's still too many members still alive. All down to 𝗏𝗏𝗏, starting to defuse. Spencer will not need any more support as 𝗏𝗏𝗏 will seal the deal. 3K on the round. And it really was just the story of 𝗏𝗏𝗏 getting in behind, being a pest, not allowing this quick B-side hit to really come to fruition in the bigger picture.
Yeah, not the first time that he's been able to make those kind of plays. He is desperately trying to keep his team alive, and this one 5 rounds behind. This is the first time they've gotten off the starting block in the half as well. Their defense has seen a consistent streak of lost rounds, 6 in a row, 7 including the final of the previous. Considering we started the half tied out, I thought for sure we were going to get the close series that we were promised. But Alter Ego, they've just been dominating on these pushes, and now we come up to... Excuse me, my my lungs have not yet recovered. We come up to a 5-round gap that Brian needed step it up on consistently. There can be no errors. There can be no issues. They've got the ult online there. I think that was an ult orb steezed. I know what you're thinking. Surely not. Surely they haven't picked up an ult orb. But yes, a player on short covered while Phoenix pushed forward, grabbed an ult orb, and now holds aggressive A control. But it's Seed that's under threat.
Zerk pushing forward, Tailwind in. How much damage can get done? A player in the default plant spot still manages to fall before it gets traded away. Berserk getting into a very spicy spot, but the updraft over is going to allow a nice, beautiful stack to push in. A wall of pain as they spray through the boxes. Berserk still up to full HP, still up to full armor, and those shots aren't connecting. They're just wasting ammo, and that ammo's going to be wasted for Berserk. 𝗠𝘀𝘁 coming in from the back. It's all down to Frizz. He's playing in the smoke. A rogue warrior that does get taken down. Dispenser will dispense of him quickly with the headshot. Will now climb up 12-8. Bren still have a lot of rounds left, but each round becomes easier than the last.
4 rounds between them. As you said, each one gets easier. A little bit of weight is lifted off your shoulders, and especially considering the fact that they didn't have to commit. Mainly, Phoenix is running back. That's what I see as being the big damage dealer. 3-man stack on A early on. We're going to see aggression. Maybe this is to do with run it back being online. Maybe they go forward with it and try to find themselves some access. But also, look how close 𝗔𝗢𝗖 is to getting his ult. Are they going to play off ultimate orbs? Is that what's happening? They're waiting for the recon to come down. Dubstep has now got aggressive control. Phoenix can cover. Come on, 𝗔𝗢𝗖. Take that ult orb. Go on, 𝗔𝗢𝗖. 𝗔𝗢𝗖, do it. Do it, 𝗔𝗢𝗖.
They have so much cover. They have, like, the entire military here. You've got sandbags set up. He did take it. Okay, he took it. He took it. Will he survive, though? Off angle being played by 𝗠𝘀𝘁. Now here comes the flash. He wants to get active, wants to get involved. That's going to be, of course, the clone that dissipates, but he's still there. He's still alive. The slow orb comes through, but he's just knocking him down. One at a time. Dubstep playing from range. Res comes through, and there goes Dubstep. Wub to the ground. There's 2 players remain here for Bren. Contact point here for the site. It's going to be Dispenser. He takes out one. Smoke goes down. He's going to be using those passive cages, and up goes Berserk, and he goes down as quickly as he rises. 2 players remain. Guardian for one more. Guardian! Oh, the clutch. It's huge. It's massive. And it's Alter Ego taking map number 1.
What an insane way to finish it as well. Dispenser did his best. He picked up so many kills. And in the end, it's just a Guardian tapping away that claims the final frags of the day. You know, the thing is, the kind of frustrating thing is that Alter Ego on the defensive side didn't seem to play quite as conscious or quite as well, to be honest, structure-wise, as what we saw from Bren. And yet individually, they just pull it across the line. They come out swinging. And that's the team even without the Phoenix on their side. Honestly, I felt like I enjoyed Bren's play a little bit more from an analytical perspective. I think they made really good decisions, but Jesus, they just lost so many of those duels that they shouldn't have. Like right there at the end, you've got a guy getting to 3K and you still can't get it done.
Yeah, you lose to a Guardian of all things. And now, to be fair, it's been buffed patch after patch, and it has gotten a little bit of love. It's not a horrible weapon anymore, but let's have a look at the stat breakdown. And I just have this sinking feeling that 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗁's going to be at the top. He may be our MVP of the match. It's either him or Frizz, but Berserk really surprising a lot of people, tying things up with 𝗠𝘀𝘁 up there. Frizz not too far behind. But looking at the top 3 players for the defense, they're all so close to one another.
Yeah, it's a really tight-knit scoreboard. For 𝗔𝗢𝗖, again, Sage value, as I said, was getting kills because you're going to be used for your ultimate. And that's more or less it, right? You've got decent map control, but do you do it better than and having a Killjoy there would, for example? No, the Killjoy would do a better job in terms of map control. We saw the res being impactful a couple of times, but really, if you're not fragging heavily as a Sage, your value is questionable. At the best at times, especially in a map like Haven. That's more so the thing. Like, if it's split, you bring a lot to it. It's very choke pointy. All the angles are very close. Your wall can be used for a number of different boosts and for clocking off some angles. Your wall can be used for boosts on Ascent as well, but you probably shouldn't. But here we are, looking at the MVP, Berserk. 295 ACS average combat score, 19 kills on the board, and 3 first bloods. But he wasn't the one getting involved in the most early round fights. That was, of course, the man, the myth, the phoenix that is 𝗏𝗀𝗀.
Yeah, it kind of hurts me a little bit when you like and appreciate a Phoenix from Southeast Asia more than you appreciate any of the Phoenixes in North America. But credit where credit is due, and I agree with you, 𝗏𝗀𝗀 definitely stepping up. But Mitch, how important is it for 𝗏𝗏𝗀 to step up in this next match? We likely might see a Phoenix again. It's something that he's very, very comfortable with. Is it up to him, or does the team need to corral together to really overcome Ultra Ego in this second map?
I feel like in terms of 𝗏𝗏𝗀's job in this team, he is fulfilling it. He's fragging towards the top of the scoreboard. He's tied up on the server. But it's not even down to frags. It's down to the specific role he plays. He's getting his ults online with the kills. He's then pushing into sites, opening them up. I cannot count the number of site takes that he was directly involved in on the attacking side, either clearing them out, getting information for his teammates to trade on, or seeing that they were clear and speeding up the take, meaning that there was less time for retakes and flanks. So I don't think it's on 𝗏𝗏𝗀. Honestly, I see this as being the rest of the team that needs to step it up over on Bren, because, as we said, there were a couple of big plays, the likes of Dispenser there at the very end. Jesse Vash had his moments on the flanks, but altogether, it was an underwhelming performance in that second half, and that's where things need to change coming into the next map. But before we find out what map that's going to be, we're going to throw things over to a quick break. We'll be back real soon with map number 2.
One enemy remaining. Attackers win.
Place out of my...
Let's build a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse. Let's build a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine. Let's build a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are ready to rumble with what is going to be potentially the final map of the semifinals. It's 1-0 to Alter Ego, moving on to, well, we don't know what map, but the map choice of their opposition, at least, of Bren. It was disappointing. You know, first half, 6-6 SEMO, and then we end up with this just whitewash in the second half.
Yeah, and I think probably the saddest part if you're a Bren Esports fan is that they picked that map. They picked Haven, and they get to pick another one. They just get to keep picking maps, and it's likely that we'll end up at Bind for the second map, and then, you know, if we do end up to that third map, Alter Ego will end up on Split. It does look like I think we have the map veto ready, and we can transition over to that and see what that looks like. But I'm predicting Bind for this second map, especially considering it's their best map. It's what we kind of teed up as at the beginning of Haven, looking at that graphic, saying that Bren, this is their best map. But I just have to say that Alter Ego are no slouches on this either. They beat AHQ yesterday on it, and they beat a lot of teams at the first Strike event that they participated in on it as well. So they've got a lot of reps on this map. This isn't something that I think they're just going to be a pushover for. So Bren really have to come prepared for this upcoming map.
Yeah, most definitely. Like, the fact that Bren beat SMG is always going to give us a glimmer of hope for sure, but Alter Ego, they came out of the gates just fragging in that previous one, and Bind, this is the EU special, the map that we'll see the most. I'm curious to see if we're ever going to see some changes in Lemmy Moore. Well, he's going back over towards the Brimstone. We mentioned that this is where they picked Brimstone last time, alongside the standard comp, with it still a Sage in play, actually. So 𝗏𝗏𝗏 hovering over a Raze, maybe we are going to see a little bit of a shift in gear for Alter Ego. Oh, don't do that. Don't pick the Reyna. So, for context, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 got 9 kills on the previous map. That is not the kind of performance that you go, screw it, I'm going to take a Reyna. That's where you stick on the Sage, buddy. Maybe the Raze. I'm okay with that. Frostmine's obviously going to go for the Cypher as well. No secret on that one.
See what does end up being locked into. Bottle's going to pick the Reyna. Yesterday on Bind.
Select your agent.
Was
the Sage yesterday, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the Sage that was picked yesterday. So it's interesting. This is one of those things where you'd love to hear what went into the decision-making process to select that and end up locking that in. Do they feel like they need another duelist to answer the combo of Dubstep and 𝗏𝗏𝗏? But to be fair, I think they were, you know, handling 𝗏𝗏𝗏 to a certain extent. I mean, they won the map, right? They had to have been doing something correctly. They won the attacking half evenly, and they just had to close out the lead that they found themselves in at the beginning of the attacking half. But we'll see if this works out. Maybe this is a sleeper pick that they have. They're wanting to carry it into the grand finals to go up against overtime. But interesting. Very, very interesting.
You're a much more positive person than I am, SEMO, because I would have just said wrong. But you like to give them the benefit of the doubt. I see you haven't been hurt as much as I have in the past. 1 month of Asian Counter-Strike will do that to you. I feel like, you know, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of this composition. I think that you would have brought more value if you're playing as the Sage, certainly on this map versus Haven alone, but also the fact that 𝗏𝗏𝗏 wasn't fragging. Now, let's get into his head a little bit. Maybe this is where he comes in going, you know what? Screw it. I'm a frag, right? I'm feeling this map. I'm going to go for it. And he started to send it out towards long, but with a Frenzy, long range, you're probably facing off against Ghosts. It's not the play. He's going to wait for him to get up closer, peeks at just the wrong time. But he has got a Leer of his own, and he might just pop that out. The cage going to force him. That's his teammate's cage, actually. But it does make him play a little bit more passive and avoid any notions of going aggressive.
Unican player does get spotted out by the recon bolt. Now actually looking to get to safety. Paint shells looking like they were going to connect it. They're just throwing everything. There's hot hands, there's Aldrone. He actually gets to safety here. The players at elbow need to come up huge with a pick or two. So far, it's just the trade, which will be at least valuable for the time being. Overheal for 𝗏𝗏𝗏 gets into another engagement. That's going to be Berserk and company starting to push in. They got to worry about this assault on 2 fronts, and so far, it's in the hands of 𝗠𝘀𝘀𝗖 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗍𝗿𝘀 coming out victorious on the B side retake.
Well handled all in all, I gotta say. They just rush out, take every frag they possibly can. But the thing about 𝗠𝘀𝘀𝘀 in this situation is that they're trading every single step of the way. There's somebody there to trade out the frags, and I think that's something that we were lacking on Bren when we looked at their attacking side. A lot of the time they were just spread out, taking individual duels, and couldn't match up pound for pound, certainly not against Crossfires, because that's pound for 2 pound. And here we are with the 1-0 lead. 𝗠𝘀𝘀𝘀𝗀, look at the buy that's come in over on the Bren side, though. 5 stingers. I will say, on record, that's the first time I've ever seen that buy.
Revealing area.
Really? You've had your hand in casting a lot of Team Liquid matches, so that's very interesting. So far, it's not working out, and it might continue not to work out. They want to bring the issue. They want to bring the pain. Dubstep. He's gonna be feeling the drum and bass by 𝗠𝗎𝗎. Shock Dart and Stinger will answer back as the 3v2 still very doable, and as the plant starts to come through, 𝗔𝗢𝗎 bites off a little bit too much. Now it's an even footing. 2v2. Flank from the short side, and it's going to get sprayed. He jumps right through the portal. Will he chase him down? Things come through. He thought about rotating back towards the A side, and that's really why you're still seeing at least the Cypher stick around. Spike being planted. Tag comes through. Knows exactly where he is. Takes out the tag. Spray with the ADS. To bottle. Going to put that round in the bottle. This is likely going to be a 3rd round conversion, and that is huge for 𝗠𝘀𝘀𝘀𝗀 to kickstart this map.
Yeah, you're looking at pistols here for Bren. I gotta say, the 5 stingers did a lot. Usually, whenever I've seen those pulled out, you're gonna, or like a majority of stingers, you're gonna have something to help you support on range. Players go down to a Marshall. You see sheriffs come into play. To commit fully into 5, it's ballsy. It's ballsy, especially for an A-side push, but it's not worked out for them this time, and now the punishment, it will atone for their sins. They lose out the previous round. They're down to just a couple of sheriffs for this one, and 3-0, as you said, quite likely to come into play. A 3rd round conversion, hard to deny with this kind of a buy. 𝗠𝗎𝗎𝗀𝗀 in some trouble if the flash comes around the corner. He's gonna wait for the drone first, though. Drone goes through TP, so they have no idea about Phoenix, who's creeping up, who's getting close, flash into smoke, and 𝗠𝗎𝗎𝗀𝗀 is dead. He gets taken down by the Frenzy. Jing down, 𝗔𝗎 as well falls, and with that, a 4 versus 2. Bren on the back foot, even despite their opening kill, and there's the weapon they retrieved, just gone.
One of the things that I don't know if I like or dislike about this region, I'll wrap it up here with, there's a lot of information that is played off of in this region based on pure eyeballs.
No one to interrogate.
So 𝗔𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 pushes showers, and with the information of his eyeballs, he says, I'm going to push through dust and flank to A short. But we've seen this from a lot of teams. Not just that specific play, but pushing down an extremity and entry point and coming out the other end wanting to flank. Now, the defense doesn't normally play aggressively in the region that I'm used to, North America. You very rarely see really aggressive teams on the defense. But I'd imagine that's a world where a Sentinel could really help out, and that is what Bren are lacking.
Non-Sentinel play is just non-existent in Europe and North America, just in general.
Except if you're TSM.
Yeah, well, let's not talk too much about TSM. let's not go down that route. Oh, I like that dismiss, but
nice.
The dash after really well handled by Dubstep. Gets the kill, gets the opener. It's back to a 4v4. It's winnable again.
He finds that pick. That's where things really start to cook up. Really turn into a losable round. A possibility of a losable round. But 4v4, Bren have the Hunter's Fury, which likely can be used for this round, especially in a post-plant scenario. But passive defense on the B side, 𝗔𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 doesn't know the definition of passive means. He's holding a standard defensive angle on this A side in A short, and he's got 𝗠𝗎𝗎𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗎 to back him up. First shot's going to come easy. The portal play commits to an A side hit despite already losing a player, and another one was spotted out in A short. So they're hoping that this showers push is going to be able to catch 𝗔𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 off, but they don't know that lemimore's up in heaven. He is smoked off.
One enemy remaining.
𝗔𝗢𝗖 going to really help out with Frizz, and this is just falling apart one player at a time.
10 seconds left.
It started out so well. That trade, it looked like it was going to be Bren's round to take, round to convert, but instead, we run out of time. Go 4-0. 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗍𝗿 really off to a flying start. We know that this map tends to play out, and most of them tend to play out quite offense-sided, and especially within this region from what we've seen so far. Let's take a look back at the games, actually. So, Bren versus Team SMG on Bind. It was 9 rounds they found on their defense, but then they never really got a chance to show us how good their attack was going to be, because it finished 13-6. And then, for 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝘍𝗍 on Bind, they found 5 rounds defense and closed the series out 13-10. So, I mean, based on that, you can technically say that we know Bren are good defense, we know 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝘍𝗍 pick up the majority of the rounds attack. But at the same time, you know, if they're already 4-0 up, if they manage to get an even better score, 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝘍𝗍, he's dealt with. He's back down left side, arm spotted, but the shot not connected. 4 versus 2 to Bottle on the flank. Oh, pop, but now the final player remaining manages to get himself a little orb. The dismiss doesn't really get him much. He's oh, he didn't get spotted. He's gonna push forward. Lear goes out. Nobody there. Nobody to take down. And I think, you know, it's so hard for him to get anything done, even harder when those knives come out up close and just right-click into his chest.
I think you bring up a very valid point about Bren not really having the greatest start, and 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝘍𝗍 really 4 rounds in a row is a sight to behold in many regions, right? But I think the main important thing to identify here, Bren, you've got this triple duelist composition. You have to make it work on the attack. On the defense, you're screwed. And I don't have a nice way of putting that, because you don't have a great defense from a Sentinel. You're really stuck on playing aggressively with these double duelists. You're going to be playing the extremities every single round, and that's predictable, right? But 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝘍𝗍, they're totally fine. They've got a double duelist. They also have a Sentinel and a Brimstone to help delay things, but early pick here for Dubstep. Great start. It's traded away down to the 3v4. 𝗔𝗀𝘅 has to wait for the rest of his team to wrap around, come back to help this retake.
𝗠𝘀𝘁𝘍𝗍 doing well onto 𝗔𝗅. He was trying to fall back, as you said, waiting for his team for the retake, but ain't gonna happen. Double bounce, I like it. No help for it. Again, to Bottle coming on the flank. We've seen this a couple of times. And 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝘍𝗍 gets a nasty little flick to take him down. This round's done. It's already in the books. Frostmine. Oh, no!
Wait.
Double kill! 1 player on short. Nobody else goes by because of the TP. He knows that they're far away. They're going to try and buy some time. Frostmine swinging out. Oh, they've heard the steps. He's ruined it there. He's played himself. Here's the swing. The round is done, but I mean, hell, he made a good attempt at it.
Yeah, very, very valiant effort. There was a moment there where I was holding my breath. You know, you were wrapping up that round like a nice little bow, but unfortunately Christmas is just around the corner. That present can be opened much later. Looking at this one though, economy still okay for 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝘍𝗍, but it's starting to crumble a little bit. It's going to likely be a soft buy to kind of bounce back on that 3rd round loss bonus in the rounds follow. But Bren have started to catapult themselves into a good spot. They've kind of like hit their stride at the perfect time. After losing 4 in a row, the economy bounced back. They won, and ever since then they've done a great job of keeping that afloat. But already, in my opinion, the damage has been done by 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝘍𝗍 winning 4 in a row, and it can only get better from here. You win 6-6, this could be a completely dominating 2-0 for 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝘍𝗍. We've got to see how these rounds unfold.
Well, these entries certainly seem to be going to Bren consistently at this point. 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝘍𝗍, oh, he's almost caught off the player for a kill. Good shot by 𝗔𝗅𝘅.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh my god,
Wait.
okay. Well, 3 rounds in a row, he's flying 3 rounds in a row, but here comes the showstopper. The show, unfortunately, ends prematurely. That is the 3rd round in a row that he's flanked. And a great point that you brought up earlier, no Sentinel. So, Bottle has got so much freedom to come on that flank without worrying about tripwires or boom bots, or well, not boom bots, alarm bots, or anything like that. He's happy to just go, oh, no one's here, I can walk up behind them. And that's why we don't see people playing without duelists.
This is a nice.
Without Sentinels. I don't know, it's too early in the morning for me, even though it's 2:30 p.m. This is when I wake up.
You know, one of the storylines that to me it felt like for the NA First Strike final was Duelists versus Sentinels. That's how I felt that series was. It wasn't TSM versus 100 Thieves. And we're actually seeing something to a similar extent here. This battle of compositions to what people prefer. To be fair, Bren are playing their, at least one of their duelists correctly. Phoenix opening well, and speaking of the devil, here he is once again. Now the flash comes through to Bottle, using the dismiss to escape, but he is just hungry for more. And so it is 𝗏𝗏 finding that frag for himself. There's another duelist in the window, and he's going to be taken down, smoked out in hookah. Guy smoke's ready, but 3v2 is what remains, and that Spike's heading over towards that A site.
It's on its way towards A.
Deploying drone.
I feel like for Bren, they need this round. They really do. You kind of allow Alter Ego to 6 and maybe even further past that. The choices are fairly limited. Shock darts avoided. Luckily, with low HP on the Brimstone. TP taken. They're going to go for the plant. Here comes a little lineup. Nope, I think it's just do it by ear. We've got an orbital strike. They'll wait for the orbital strike to go down. That'll force them off the side. Here comes the recon. It's going to spot out one. And the spam is there, but not for the kill. 𝗏𝗏 taken down, but he's low HP. Everybody else has got full health, and Frizz is quick to take down the Omen. 6-2. And oh me, oh my, what can Bren do?
Yeah, I'm starting to feel a little bit of pain for Bren. Their win over SMG did not feel like a fluke. 𝗏𝗏 doing exactly what he needed to. But if I'm going to be honest, 𝗏𝗏Spencer was having some pretty good games against SMG. This time around, it's a little bit of a different story. 𝗏𝗏Spencer hasn't been having that same impact, and especially when you're requesting your triple duelist comp to be super impactful on this half. You've got 2 rounds, and one of your duelists is not performing to the caliber that you request. And 𝗏𝗏m is doing some heavy lifting, round after round. This man is deadlifting his entire team straight through the gutter. But on the opposite side, you've got a couple of janitors also cleaning things up. You got 2 frags already that rotates around, like you highlighted. Sentinel utility just not there to catch those flanks, and now it's just down to 𝗏𝗏m. And unfortunately, it's the Bottle gets the better of him. This eco round falling apart 7-2, and already Alter Ego are really reaping the rewards of this failed execution of this comp on the first half.
And I can't come back and say, oh, well, Alter Ego chose sides, so, you know, maybe the attack will look better, or look worse, rather. And Bren's defense will look better, but everything is going against Bren. This composition, as you said, it's not built for defense. It's built for aggressive defenses, and we saw that work yesterday, but the problem is, Alter Ego, if they have so much of a lead, you cannot catch them off guard that many times. You need to close it out quickly, and that ain't quite possible for Bren. So they're going to be forced to play. Sure, they'll have some rounds aggressive and they'll catch their opponents off guard, but for the most part, they'll play rounds where they're defending sites using duelist utility as sentinels, and it's never going to be ideal. That's why we don't see this comp flourishing across most regions.
Like, I think for this comp to work, you need like 3 screens. You need 3 players that are just insane at the video game. Wait, what?
He just gave up. Accepts death. I've never seen that before. Oh, well, I'm dead. I'll just stand here. It's like a depressed move. Just, what's the point?
Gotcha.
What is happening? What am I watching?
One enemy remaining.
I'll
tell you what happened. I'll tell you exactly what happened. 𝗏𝗏 has just sacrificed himself. He's part of some kind of cult, and he sacrificed himself to give his teammates. You ever play like Yu-Gi-Oh? You have to like get rid of a card, and then you play the stronger one. That's what he's done there to boost his teammates up and make them all powerful. Because I've never seen a man just get hit by 100's Fury. It was before he even got hit by the first one. He just went, well, I'm dead. Took it, and then his teammates pulled all the way back. 𝗏𝗏. I mean, he was listed as the player to watch statistically, and I think, you know, stats don't lie.
I'm just confused. This round is so weird. We got to look at this upcoming one. We're already looking at the engagement. Ching definitely brings the flames alongside the rest of the team, but now here comes that lurk, and he's trying to be unpredictable by going all the way around, the long way around. He'll never predict the unpredictable. But he's going to end up in that same exact spot, and 𝗠₀𝗀𝐻𝑒𝑚's ready for it. But at this point, your adaptations are a little late. You've got 2 rounds remaining, and your best case scenario is an 8-4, and you're up against an Empress possibility here for the Reyna. I like the positioning, though. They think it's a flank, but 𝗔𝗏𝗏's coming in all the way from the shower side. So 𝗠₀𝗀𝐻𝑒𝑚 is likely going to be one of the last players remaining. If 𝗔𝗏𝗏 was able to find that pick on Ching, that's not going to happen. Ace on the precipice here. Frostmind. Oh, Recon Dart. He had enough time to react to it, too. That was a little bit of a weird one. 1v3. Likely around here for Bren. 𝗠₀𝗀𝗏 comes back to the site, takes down Frostmind, and will we see an 8-4? Will we see a 9-3? I think that doesn't even really matter because Alter Ego have already been successful on this half. They've already gotten what they bargained for.
So, Dispenser and Dubstep are basically the reason that they're losing this game. And the reason I say that, Dubstep, he's not fragging on the jet. He's not bringing any value with the cloud bursts. Like, it's not like they're playing those kind of faster executes. It's not there. Dispenser, him not playing the Sentinel has caused them so much trouble. And we've seen him on... Oh my god, Berserk, you're just nasty. I mean, what is Dubstep supposed to do to contend against that? You know, I'm not talking about KD-wise for him, really, or for Dispenser as to why they're losing. It's the value, the agents they're bringing are not being used in a way that gives them justification for taking them over some of the others that they could have, like a Breach and like a Cypher. But Jesus, when Berserk hits a shot like that, you lose. Like, nothing you can do. But you could send your Omen into... Well, no, it's Berserk. Of course it is. Look, this guy's going to get another kill. Oh, no, he's caught with smoke out. Never mind. That's the room.
Last player standing.
2v2. Down to 𝗔𝗏𝗏. And it's the last round of the half. And it's Reyna.
One enemy remaining.
Grab walk. Shot's going to be good in invisibility. He knows where he is. Oh, did he see him cross? That's the big question. Hot hands. Burning him alive. 82 HP and the 12 overheal. But the spike's down. How embarrassing. Will he play off angle? Doesn't matter. 𝗠₀𝗀𝗏's just better. 𝗠₀���🐁💄's just built better. He's built different. And he's got an anime profile picture, which means that he's probably doing some heavy lifting right now. There's this meme in North America that every time a team is losing, they all change their profile pictures on Twitter to famous characters of different animes, and that somehow provides them power to level up and win games.
I've seen that. I've seen that in Counter-Strike a lot. You know, when I'm looking towards the that final round, 𝗔𝗢𝗏𝗏 had a really good read on 𝗔𝗏𝗏. He had the playbook. Because the playbook for 𝗔𝗏𝗏 has been, are they going A? I'll push B. Every single time. He'll come on the flank. He's got 15 kills and doing pretty much the same thing every single time. So, what happened there was, you saw that 𝗔𝗢𝗏𝗏 went to plant the spike, heard the ult popped, and went, okay, he's about to push mid. He's about to come behind us. He ended up dying, unfortunately, but he had the right read. And then 𝗠₀𝗀𝗏, just a beast. That's the simple explanation. I can describe every player and what they're doing, why they're doing it, and then 𝗠₀𗀏 is just a beast. That's all you need to say. He's too good. And justification for him playing the Phoenix is there. I look towards the other duelists needing to be replaced, which isn't something I thought I would say ever. But yeah, I think Phoenix is a really good part of this comp because of the player, because of how successful he's been. But we need to see something else. And 𝗔𝗏𝗏𝗏, this is so aggressive. Wow.
Wait, there's one more! There's one more. There's a 3v3. And they're just... Oh my god! There'll be more! It's an absolute frenzy. 2 players remain. And the player's pushing through lamps. They know where he is. Close is what Chris is playing. Shot's going to be good, but unfortunately it's not enough. Down to the 1v1. Frostmind has the bigger brain. Swings around from Tetris and makes that perfect block fit. Likely going to be a 10-4 here. We'll see if Bren Esports force up. They forced up on round 2 in the first half. They may want to do so here. Or will they chalk things up to that gun round? If they do, there's a huge possibility that we'll be looking at a 10-4 here. And then we'll see 3 rounds left for Alter Ego to close out this second map and really put us in a position to see 2 2-0s in a day. Never thought we'd be looking at something like that.
Lemmy Moore made a little smiley face with his knife, and that made me happy. Oh god. Oh, Jesse. Oh no. He thought he was playing like what is it? The classic form of archery. It was like, you know the way typically archers are envisioned as long range when you think about medieval times, but actually they were used for close range fights a lot of the time because they could fire off. What was it? The Turkish archers were able to fire 3 arrows in the space of 0.6 seconds. It's like a machine gun. It's incredible. Obviously, then they would have to get more arrows, but they would have one between each finger. And right there, I don't know what Jesse was doing. He just walked down mid with the arrow drawn like he was looking for some headshots, but that ain't how it works in this game, unfortunately. So you'll typically recon from the site, not from in their spawn. And that's why.
Also carrying on that story. Done a lot of history. I actually took a history class in university on Mongolia.
Oh.
And their archers just as potent, and that's really why you see them play close combat as well on the horses. It gives them an even bigger advantage because they've got speed and mobility, and they have the ability to do some serious damage, despite the fact that they also starve their opponents and wait for them to surrender and then kill them anyways. And that's exactly what Ching is doing. He saw that there was a player there, chipped him away, and he'll back away with full HP. Plant going down, Spray will tag a couple of players through the vents, and I like how they're playing this choke point. They're not even letting them onto site. Usually you see players default to lamps, but look at this buildup of a flank coming in from Brennan Esports. They use the teleporter, they're going to go through the showers. Let's see how much success they end up finding.
Oh, Lemmy Moore just got blocked up by Berserk with coming in for a hug, a cuddle. But in the end, he's just being shut down. Brent, trying to get back in. Oh, but they're being crossfired on the swing by friend. Same time as his teammate. Beautiful stuff. And 11-4, we go. Bren, they're just looking down and out of this one. I always found that very interesting, though. Like the ancient history stuff about it. 'Cause I saw some guy. He was a world champion archer, and he decided to like go and read the old textbooks from back in like the Ottoman Empire. Obviously not textbooks; they're more scrolls. And he found the entry requirements for the Ottoman archers, like a standard archer, not some sort of spec ops guy doing backflips. This is just some dude who wants to be an archer in the army, and they have to be able to fire 3 arrows consistently in 0.6 of a second, obviously measured with sand. But yeah, that's crazy. And so he learned it then. He went back and looked at all the pictures and like learned how to do it. Now he can like run, jump, do backflips, and go ba ba ba, 3 arrows real quick. Insane. Absolutely insane. Not very useful. I will say guns are better, but we're seeing guns versus knives, and guns are definitely better because Berserks just wrecked them. Oh my word.
Blocking sight.
You know when you hear a new song, you just have like this stink face because it just hits so hard. It just hits you and it feels like a truck. Your emotions, they're all vibrating all over the place. That's how I felt when Berserk just halted that push. Jeez.
Revealing area.
Even with knives to the face, you'll pluck those out of his eyebrow and continue the fray. Lemmy Moore's holding the W and the D key. The Bucky proving to be brawnier than the Vandal. But even now, I think they're just having a good time. Oh! Oh! Chase! It continues. No, it does not. Oh, Berserk! Oh! Jig! That's what I'm talking about. That's my boy, Bucky. Coming up big. You love to see it.
By the way, Simo, I'm gonna link you in our little Discord chat. And you studied Mongolian history. This is the band I was telling you about, the Mongolian band, the Who. They're the boys. They covered Sad But True by Metallica as well. But it's all in Mongolian and like throat singing. And it's nuts.
Okay,
it's spicy.
This is gonna sound very random, but I have a very close friend of mine who lives in British Columbia, Canada, and he's a welder. He has nothing to do with esports.
Okay.
He wants to practice throat singing. He's just a random ex-Mormon white dude that is practicing throat singing And he's a welder by day trade. 𝗔𝗢𝗏 definitely welding some frags together as he finds dubstep backside. Mitch, I think this one is as good as gone. Unless some heroics come out from Bren. But maybe after this one's done, we can do some Mongolian throat singing.
You know what? I think what Bren are doing right now is going to be close to it. It's just Mongolian crying. They've been practicing it all day, but it's really coming through now. Just feels natural. They've been wrecked 13-4. Bren Esports are down and out, and Alter Ego make it through. Phenomenal play, I have to say. Like, these guys, they come in, the Filipino team at Bren Esports, they looked good. They beat Team SMG, and we were thinking this is going to be a close game. There was no way that we were going to be done this quickly. And yet, I'm going to be early for lunch. What's going on?
I know that there's a lot of height jokes that run around about you, but when you said lunch, I just thought of, you know, the hobbits. You know, what about second breakfast? You know, that's what I'm thinking about right now.
I was enjoying commentating with you, Simo, but that has ended very quickly. Can we get someone new for tomorrow? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Didn't think you were gonna go there, Simo, but here we are. Here we are. Like, overtime versus Alter Ego tomorrow, man. That's gonna be one hell of a treat. But we've got Attack All Round and Bren fighting for 3rd and 4th place, because of course there is still a big chunk of change and difference, double the money. But either way, all of those teams that I've just mentioned will be getting some wonderful AOC monitors. You can do that too, but you'll have to pay for them. So get really good at Valorant as well, I guess, and maybe we'll see you in the next AOC Masters. Let's take a look at the stats from that game and see who was up at the top. I'm going to place my bets on 𝗔𝗢𝗏 because that guy was going crazy.
Yeah, you're not wrong. To be fair, some of the members on the team not too far behind, I think, 𝗔𝗏𝗏 the closest, tying things up with Ching. And if I'm going to be honest, Ching didn't have, like, I don't think the stats really show the type of performance he had. If anything, he really just popped off in the last 2 rounds and he catapulted himself to the top. It really was 𝗏𝗏𝗏 trying to carry his team from the depths of despair. But 𝗔𝗢𝗏𝗏, 𝗍𝒑, and 𝗔𝗏𝗏, man, these guys were nasty. The entire bind map, just absolutely nuts. Looking at the scores. And, of course, Mitch, your predictions come to fruition, well, for the first time in this knockout stage. 𝗔𝗢𝗏 MVP and 𝗔𝗢𝗏 entry frag pulling up a phenomenal performance.
340 average combat score is just unheard of across that previous map, though. It was so one-sided that I guess you can see why that's happened. This guy was unbelievable. 21 kills, 6 entries, dashing forward on the jet and finding so much. The most impactful one for me was that long play when the Reyna had just dismissed, gotten around the corner, and he dashed forward like, "No, buddy, you're not going anywhere." There's no escape from 𝗔𝗢𝗏𝗏's jet whenever he's on fire. And here's the brackets. As we've seen, a couple of teams drop down today. Overtime and Bren will not be making it. Sorry, excuse me. Attack All Round and Bren, the red confused me, will not be making it through to tomorrow as well. Not to the finals, that is. There is a 3rd to 4th place decider, as we mentioned, that will be starting tomorrow to determine the prize money allocation. $2,000 for the winner of that best of 3, not too bad, and $1,000 for the loser as well. So participation medals, but of course they have gotten this far across the last month of games. And then overtime esports versus Alter Ego. That will be how we conclude the entire AOC Masters tournament. Overtime have looked really good today versus Attack All Round, but honestly, I think Alter Ego have been the strongest team in this tournament from what we've seen.
Yeah, and it started, their journey started off with upsetting AHQ, which was, to be fair, your kind of prediction as the grand champion, or at least a team that would make it all the way to the grand finals. And I guess even if Alter Ego do end up winning, AHQ can kind of pat themselves on the back and say, hey, we lost to the grand champion. So technically, if we were on the opposite side of the bracket, maybe we would have made it all the way through. There's no way to, of course, tell. But yeah, really digging this Alter Ego team. 𝗔𝗢𝗏 has been a beauty to watch. And I know you don't normally like duelists, or at least the way that they've been used, but 𝗔𝗢𝗏, I think regardless of what you put him on, he's going to be playing the same. Jet just gives him the freedom to use the tailwind and the updraft to get to different places that most agents cannot. But nevertheless, the aggression is something that is just within the team's DNA, pushing the extremities on the defensive side. And really, I wonder how overtime are going to deal with it tomorrow, other than except Juju doing the exact same thing. Juju versus 𝗔𝗢𝗏 is going to be insane.
It absolutely is. If he's turning up, if he's on fire, that's where we can really see some big battles going on between the Jets. As much as I'm not that big a fan of Jet main play in general, I think between these two, they'll put on one hell of a show. We've seen the dash up draft ultimate plays all day long. I'm looking forward to seeing them have the sort of Dragon Ball Z fight midair between them. But you know what? That is the end of the games for today. It has been an absolute pleasure taking y'all through this and casting with you as well, 𝗠mo. Luckily, it ain't over yet because we get to do it again tomorrow. As I said, Bren versus Attack All Rounds. How we'll start the day, and then we move on to Alter Ego and overtime for the grand finals to determine who is going to be 𝗔𝗢𝗖 of the region. I think that's the right language. Close enough. Let's close it out there, though, 𝗠mo. It's been a pleasure. We will catch you guys back here same time tomorrow to determine who is going to be taking the biggest chunk of change, the $5,000 home with them, and who will be the master of the AOC tournament. We'll catch you then.
One enemy remaining.
No more. Enemy down.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, big break, guys.
Nowhere to run. Hostile removed. Stay down.
One enemy remaining. Attackers win. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Planted. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
No more.
See ya.
One enemy remaining. Attackers win.
Bye. Looks like I was the stronger one.
Shot down.
One enemy remaining.
One down. Three. Your fault.
One enemy remaining. Clutch. Attackers win.
Place out of my way.
No one to interrogate. Nowhere to run! Joke's over! Put down. Buried.
One enemy remaining.
Gotcha. Stim beacon down.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
There you are. Finish it.
No chance.
One enemy remaining.
Three. You're close inside.
One enemy remaining. Attackers win.
Let's build a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine.